I'm Bill Johnson. Around here, they just call me Dad. I've been trying to read, but I just can't seem to do it. Thanksgiving Day. We Johnsons had a good Thanksgiving, the best we've ever had. And I can't help thinking that what made it better was a real feeling of thankfulness. And that's odd, too, when you consider the shape things were in when I got home from work yesterday. My kids, Dick and Tommy and Susan, were all home from school. And of course, Mother and the baby were there. His kids will. Mine were living tomorrow right along with today, looking forward to Thanksgiving. And like most men, I'm glad it was Mother instead of me who had to break the news to them.
Tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
Turkey and dressing and pie and cake.
And fruit salad and whipped cream and cranberries. Gee, I can hardly wait. Me too.
Well, you know, children, we've had a lot of expenses this month, and, well, your father and I thought that, well, the truth of the matter is, there just won't be any turkey this year.
No turkey for Thanksgiving?
Oh, I'm going to make a pumpkin pie. We'll have plenty to eat, but, well, we'll just have to get along without turkey.
Mom, you don't mean it. It won't be Thanksgiving at all.
Even the Pilgrims had a feast. After all, isn't that what Thanksgiving's for? I don't think it's fair.
And it was right there that I came in, right in the thick of it. Hello, everybody.
Hi,
Hello, Mother, Dick, Susan. Well, what's been going on around here? What's the matter with everybody, anyway?
Mom says we're not going to have any Thanksgiving. No turkey, no good thing.
A fat lot we're gonna have to be thankful for.
Oh, I don't think you kids really mean that.
We do too. We've always had turkey for Thanksgiving.
Yes, and everybody else in the block's gonna have it this year, as always.
Yes, we've always had turkey, just as a lot of Americans have had it, and we'll keep on having it. Turkey on Thanksgiving's a great American tradition. But what you kids are saying makes it sound as if the turkey's the only thing we had to be thankful for.
Well, gee whiz, no, Dad. It's not that at all.
Oh, I know, Dick. With turkey, it's easy to lose sight of what Thanksgiving really means.
Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
Thanksgiving really means.
Dinosaurs.
We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs.
Jack Horner told us that birds are dinosaurs. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to see all of you here. Happy Monday. Thank you for the follow there, Leek Wibble. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Welcome, welcome. It's Thanksgiving week. We're going to be talking a lot about the link between dinosaurs and birds, although that really kind of sells it short. It's not a link. Birds literally are dinosaurs.
All
talk about why.
Are thin at one end, much thicker in the middle, and then thin again at the far end.
Feist, thank you so much for the 54 months of support. Holy cow, do I appreciate that. Thank you, Feist. I'm having a good day. Thanks for keeping me here online. If anybody's here for the very first time, and I think there are some people, thank you, Captain Kira, for the raid. I hope you're still here. Although if you've got to go run after finishing your stream, I totally understand. Thank you for bringing your viewers here. Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So, yeah, that means doing things like going over new scientific papers, doing a lot of Q&A, answering your questions about the history of life on Earth, extinction, evolution, the fossil record, all that stuff. It means literally digging into the fossil record out in the field, going out and excavating fossils and collecting data. Places like the Utah and Wyoming deserts. I might be going to Montana later this year, or next year. A bunch of other places like that. We stream live from the field via satellite during the field season, and I'm really looking forward to doing that again next year, along with a bunch of other stuff I'm still figuring out at the moment. Anyway, the whole point of these streams is to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works, so I'm glad you're here. And let me know if you've got any questions, especially today. We don't have like a big overarching stream topic for today's broadcast, so please bring those questions forward. And it's a live broadcast, anything can happen. Don't worry about interrupting. You know, we have plenty of interruptions that happen all the time, like this one right here. Hello, sweetie pie. It's one of my landlords here. But yeah. An NES collector, 14-year-old named Alex who wants to be a paleontologist. Very cool. Who's campaigning to save our local Museum of the Earth. Oh, is this in upstate New York, perchance? Yeah. I told him and his father about your stream, and they were super excited. Awesome. I've been thinking about getting in touch with the folks at, up there in, is that near Buffalo, I think? We'll see if maybe we can help out with that effort to save the museum here in our community. I'll be talking a bit more about that today, too. So, yeah. Oh, the one in Ithaca. Thank you. Yeah. Anyhow, how are you doing, sweetie pie? What's shaking with you? Yeah. We might have a lot more cat activity today, given that Ios is out of town. So the landlord's, well... What are you doing, sweetie pie? What are you doing? Oh, my goodness. There we go. Hey, let's get you some treats, huh? Is that what you want? Which one? How are you doing, Mighty Zeller? Hello. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are ya? You looking for treats or you just want cuddles? She's being very affectionate toward the microphone. Let's stand. How are you doing? Huh? There we go. That's what we wanted to do. Different dials and settings on this microphone arm. What's shaking? What are you doing? Alright, let's pay our landlord here. And then we can get into some stuff we're gonna talk about today. Yeah. And Kennedy 104, how are you doing? Hello. The reason you haven't seen me in a bit is just last week, was it Wednesday? Thursday? I got back from the UK.
No expense.
And thank you, Darth Jacoby, for gifting SSH. I appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you for your generosity there. I was attending the 85th annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology in Birmingham in the UK. I was gone for 2 weeks. Now we're back. Holy cow. I talked all about this on Thursday, our stream last week. Exciting things coming up.
Together in one vast super.
And that's games. Thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate
every
that.
corner of that world.
Thank you. That's brilliant. Thanks for keeping me here online. Alright, Sweetie Pie's like, make it the payment. Okay. Not here. What's this? There we go. Beautiful. Excellent. Yeah. There's more. Look. Eeyore121, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Just paying our landlord here. There we go. That's the stuff. So anyway, I hope everybody's having a good day so far. Let's run through and say hello to everybody. We've already lost the top of chat, but we've got Spacey, Captain Kira, Claire Burr. Claire, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you as always. DJ Smee, Golganek. Howdy, howdy, Golganek. Rel Jenkins, Matt M33, the Lenina. Lenina, I hope all's well with you. It's good to see you as always.
Before the onslaught of the beast.
I'm sorry, the what? Say it again? Could you repeat that? One more time? I didn't catch it. Once again? I'm sorry, I'm just... Did you catch that, chat? The what? Raziel Ball, thank you so much for the 13 months. I'm sorry, the what? The who? Thank you, Raziel Ball, for the continued support. 13 months is a long time. That's almost a whole year. Appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online. Dark Muppeteer, Danish Viking, the Ouch Ouch, that one guy. Squiggles. Sloppy Salamander. Salamander, always wonderful to see you too. Hope you're doing well. NES Collector. Mighty Zealot. Chudley61, hello, hello. Petrodactylus. I'm shaking with you. Good to see you, Petrodactylus. There's Eeyore, Arid, Diagonal, how are you doing? And It Then Did. Cosmic Seekin. Howdy, howdy. Yeah. And T.I. Comedian. How are you doing? How are things? And Lanka Belvirgessen. Good evening to you, too. Apologies if I butchered your name, but it's good to have you here. Welcome. Yeah. Working on my Metazua real quick before that happens on stream. Good thinking, Petrodactylus. That reminds me, let's do a Blue Sky post real quick. There we go. Hopefully that looks halfway decent. Stick a screenshot there. Paste, and that's not too shabby. We can use that. Yeah. There we go. Beautiful. Go ahead and post that up. There we go. Everybody know that we're live? All right. It's a chill. Oh, it's like casual. It's a casual Q&A stream today as we start to get into the Theropods Giving spirit. Join us for paleontological discussion and fossil science camaraderie on twitch.tv/paleontologizing. And this Twitch screenshot of me in my office, with a gigantic life-sized 3D printed Allosaurus skull behind me, as well as a Turarchonchus Alvarezsaur sculpture, and the Eichstatt, I hope I spelled that right, specimen of Archaeopteryx. Good enough. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
Paleontologizing. Spelled correctly? There it goes. Excellent. And here is a link. there if you'd like to engage with that post. Bingo. Yeah. And let's see here. Excuse me. Just went to bed after gym. Gonna wait, watch for 10 minutes. Oh, sounds good, TI comedian. Hey. Sweet dreams. You get some good rest. Oh. And Claire says, are you convinced we have a reproducible way to show a small T-Rex is in fact another species? And they will all be nanotyrannus? It's a great question, Claire. I got to talk with Tom Holtz about this during SVP. We actually went out for lunch. Find that photo. But Tom Holtz, of course, works on Tyrannosaurus, and he was not keen on the idea of Nanotyrannus being a distinct taxon until this new paper came out. There's us at lunch at Weatherspoon in Birmingham. Tom Holtz is one of the world authorities on Tyrannosaurs, and he was like, I wouldn't quite say this is absolutely a done deal, that Nanotyrannus is, beyond a shadow of a doubt, valid, but he says it would take an awful lot to disprove that hypothesis at this point. It would require that Tyrannosaurus has some truly strange things going on ontogenetically. That it has like a huge growth plateau, and then suddenly a huge growth spurt again about, age 20 or something like that?
Ontogeny.
It would be exceptionally weird, and it doesn't seem altogether likely at this point. Could still happen. And we will need to section more specimens, do histology on more specimens to figure out what's going on there, but yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But here's the thing, is that many of the things that we thought were juvenile Tyrannosaurus before, like the Jane specimen at the Burpee Museum in Illinois, this is now the holotype of Nanotyrannus lethaeus, at least for the time being. And so, this and a bunch of other smallish Tyrannosaurs from the Hell Creek that before we thought were juvenile Tyrannosaurus. Almost all of these are Nanotyrannus now, it seems. So that raises the question, where are all the juvenile T-Rex? And how would we recognize one if we saw it? There might be a good answer to this, though. And, well, here we go. I'll show you.
We're covering Colorado first, where the...
Here, hang on a second. Set up for viewing properly. Closed captions on. Here we go.
Denver Museum of Nature and Science is celebrating a new exhibit. We know many of you enjoy spending time with your friends and your family at the museum, and that's where you'll find your reporter, Justin Adams, joining us live. Justin, tell us about the new exhibit.
Yeah, this is really cool, Kennedy. Hey, look, imagine being just a kid and you're with your brothers in the mountains of North Dakota and you're looking for dinosaur bones. Well, guess what? That's what happened to three brothers as they found a teenage T-Rex 2 years ago, and now will be displayed right here at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. We got a sneak peek of the unveiling of the Discovering T-Rex exhibit, and visitors will get a chance to see scientists working on
this is the
and
T-Rex
specimen, the T-Rex fossils. There will also have a chance to ask scientists questions as they watch them uncover even more.
Some of the people who work at this museum, whom I spoke with over the summer, are not thrilled with that nickname. T-Rex. It sounds like some sort of wacky 1980s comedy or something like that. Anywho, it's going to prove to be a very important specimen because it does appear different from things like Jane and the Cleveland skull, things that are now considered Nanotyrannus. This might be a legit juvenile Tyrannosaurus. And in comparing this specimen with those other ones, we would be able to tell the difference between immature T-Rex and an adult or even immature Nanotyrannus.
Or bones. Now, this would not have been possible without the Fisher brothers, who found the T-Rex while going fossil hunting with their dad in North Dakota. There are only a handful of teenage T-Rex specimens worldwide, so you can imagine just how surprised
No, there's fewer than a handful now, honestly, probably.
everyone was when they found this fossil treasure.
Looking at the 6,000-pound
Tyler
block
Lee's in
of
there.
earth that we hauled back from North Dakota, and inside is a partial skeleton of a juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex.
We think that's a piece of the skull.
This is one of the kids who found
We
it.
have 2 teeth. That's the most favorite part, is we have bones sticking out of the rock.
Anywho, they're not really showing you the specimen here. A lot of it has been prepped since then. And it is gorgeous. It really does look like just kind of a scaled down version of an adult Tyrannosaurus. You look at how tall that maxilla is there. It's... it doesn't look like Nanotyrannus, you know? They're just incredible. It's gorgeous specimen. Really beautiful. So that's still being prepped out right now. They're actively working on it as we speak. And I can tell you this right now, no promises, but it looks like I'm going to be visiting Denver, Colorado in February. And I'm going to see if I can pull some strings and see if we can stream from the museum there. Maybe take a look at the specimen live. So stay tuned for that. I'm very excited at the prospect. That would be really, really neat. Yeah, cross your fingers that happens. And I'll see what other cool stuff we can get up to in Denver, Colorado while we're there. Yeah, Petrodactylus, holy cow. Anyway, we got a really good question earlier. And I don't want to neglect this. DJ Smee, thank you for asking. They say, since you have seen Prehistoric Planet, the documentary series? Yeah. I haven't seen the 3rd season yet. I don't think it's out yet, right? I've seen the first 2. My question is, let's see. First day God created man, but on 7th day. No, so you're getting mixed within, like, oh goodness. Okay, where do we start here? Yeah, here, DJ Smee, let me see if I can give you some resources about this kind of thing.
I'll tell
And Miko the Ghost, thank you so much for the 16 months of support. Holy cow. Really appreciate that. Yeah.
Years ago, this great big gruesome creature began to grow.
Miko the Ghost, thank you so much for the 16 months of support. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Thanks for keeping me online for over a year at this point. It's how I make my living, and you're making that possible, so thank you. Yeah, DJ Smee, so this is a question. Sometimes I have these conversations with my family members, but whether or not somebody has religious faith or not shouldn't really affect how we view evidence as scientists. You know, in the sciences, we're trying to follow the evidence wherever it leads. That's kind of the #1 job of a scientist, is let's follow that evidence. And hang on, I hope DJ Smee is not stuck behind an ad right now, because if they are, I want to make sure I'm not. You're not. Okay, good. Thank you. So I don't know. That's the cool thing about science, is that it is universal. It doesn't matter if somebody is Hindu or Buddhist, you know, Catholic or Muslim, or you know, maybe not a believer in any faith. In science, that's our #1 mission, is to just find out what's true, follow the evidence where it leads. And there are plenty of different scientists of all different kinds of religious backgrounds or no religious background at all. And so I think it's really important to start with that as your beginning point, you know? We're going to follow the evidence wherever it leads. We're not going to start with our conclusion by saying, well, a particular interpretation of a religious book tells us that something has to be this way. It's like, no, you follow the evidence wherever it leads. And frankly, especially in this country, in the United States, that's where a lot of people go astray, is that they kind of assume that well, you can't trust the evidence if it contradicts a particular interpretation of a religious book. You can't fall into that trap. Lots and lots of people do, where they kind of build their faith on a foundation of sand, so to speak. I know a lot of folks who started from like a religious upbringing and then they got into the sciences and they realized, oh shoot, all of this stuff that my pastors and teachers told me about this and that, like, oh, well, the Earth can't be older than 7,000 years because our interpretation of the book of Genesis, which we take very, very literally, we interpret it saying that the Earth has to be very young. And so then they end up having a tremendous crisis of faith because the Earth is not young. Every single line of evidence that we have, and we'll talk about this today on today's stream, shows that the Earth is billions of years old. And so if your entire faith is built on this, like I said, foundation of sand that like, well, the Earth has to be young, then it's all going to come tumbling down when you actually study the evidence and find out that it doesn't. So here's the number one thing. You can't take books like the book of Genesis literally, because not only will it lead you astray in terms of science, but also you're completely missing the point of the book of Genesis. It's not a science textbook, you know? It's not meant to be taken as a literal, you know, completely factual account of the way that the Earth started. It's written in a way that's poetic. You talk to any theologian, any serious biblical scholar, and they'll tell you the same thing. If you're reading it as a geology textbook, you're being tremendously disrespectful to the text, you know? That's not how it was written, that's not what it's supposed to be, and it will lead you astray in that sense. Sweetie Pie, you are really distracting right now. So if I can, I hope I'm not overstepping my bounds here, but I'd like to share a book with you that you might find, you and your wife might find really, really useful.
These men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment. They had brought back to life.
Thank you, Mama Bon Bon, for the 46 months.
Walked the face of the earth.
Really appreciate that ongoing support. Here we go. Oh, excellent! You get this for less than $5. Hardcover, good condition. Excellent. Yeah. So this is a book by the former head of the Human Genome Project, Francis Collins. And he is, I think, a devout Catholic. He wrote this book for people of faith who were feeling confused about how about this conflict between science and faith, I guess. They don't have to be in conflict. That's the thing, is that if you build your faith in such a way that it contradicts objective reality, you're gonna lose it. It's gonna fall apart every time. Anyway, I highly recommend. Check out that book if you get the chance. I think you'll like it. Yeah. I try and maintain an attitude and an environment here on this channel where all people are welcome. All different faiths or lack thereof. Because at the end of the day, science is for everybody, you know? I never want to gatekeep that kind of thing. I never want to drive people away if I can help it. everybody deserves to benefit from the findings that we make in science. Everybody deserves to be part of it if they want to be, you know? Scientific wonder is this thing that, in a way, kind of makes us human. It's what sets us apart from just about every other organism on our planet. No offense, sweetie pie, but she's... Yeah, I know. Yeah. But not the most scientific of creatures, like, I don't know. We'll try and talk about the idea of falsifiability and coming up with hypotheses that are rigorous and testable, and she just doesn't really get it, you know? Little Willow, thank you for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Little Willow, for the ongoing support. I appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying not having any ads and using those emotes and everything. So yeah. Anyway, DJ Smee, thank you for your question. Thank you for asking it so respectfully, and it's good to have you here. And buying it now? Oh, all right. Enjoy. It's I think you'll like it. It's a good one.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaur.
And Dr. Tara, thank you for the 100 bits there. Appreciate it. Yeah. Let's see. And I don't know why our TTS isn't working. Odd. Must be a Stream Elements issue. But yeah, did Prehistoric Planet Ice Age come out already? I haven't seen it yet. I've been extraordinarily busy lately, following up with people after SVP, trying to organize future streams, wrangle interviewees for future broadcasts. I've got a whole bunch of travel that I'd like to do in the early part of next year. So there's just a ton to do, you know? But yeah. And just trailers as far as I can tell. Oh, okay, gotcha. We might take a look at some of those today. Yeah. Apple TV said it's out Wednesday, Australia time. Oh, nice. Thank you, Hiverius. Cool. Yeah, we can check that out in a little bit. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Anyhow. We'll probably do Metazoa here in a minute, but I wanted to share some good news with folks. We'll be talking about leatherback turtles probably sometime next week. We might do a whole stream about that. But we've got some positive news about sea turtles right here.
Well, there's good news to report after sea turtle nesting season. Clearwater Marine Aquarium reports a record-breaking season that just wrapped up, saying it has never seen this much activity. As Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy reports, it's welcome news, especially after the hurricanes washed out several nests last year.
Just before sunrise,
we patrolled
really
21 miles of beach.
From April through October, the Clearwater Marine Aquarium's sea turtle nesting team documents sea turtle activity on Pinellas County beaches.
While we're monitoring, we're looking for things such as any sort of washover, whether the water has washed over.
So just for context, because I realize not everybody here comes from the United States, this is in the U.S. state of Florida, which is a peninsular state that juts down into the Atlantic here. Some of the labels are incorrect here. Let's take a look at... goodness. Why is it so difficult to find a decent map on Google Images? Goodness. Oh boy. This map with states.
These plant eaters or herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
And Iacane, thank you for the 39 months of support. I really appreciate that. Florida famous for Florida men, another scientific oddity. There you go, Iacane. Yeah. Again, I don't know why our TTS is not working. Stream Elements issue. I can't see if they can see, sweetie pie. Okay. So this is the state of Florida right here. Florida has a reputation for being a little loopy in a lot of ways, but Florida is a really fascinating state in terms of its ecology, its natural history. So Florida is surrounded by water on 3 sides. It has plants and animals and other organisms that you don't get anywhere else in the continental United States. There's also a good number of fossils from Florida. I was hanging out with some paleontologists from there at SVP, which is really cool. But yeah, Florida has the highest number of crocodilian species in the U.S., 2, both the American alligator and the American crocodile. They have the only native species of cycad in the U.S. as well. Zamia integrifolia, I think. There's a whole bunch of really cool things about Florida. They also have the largest nesting population of sea turtles anywhere in the country. And that's what they're talking about here.
We're sitting on top of the nest. We also look for predations, which we have.
And hang on, Pate B, they do have a cycad. Yeah, it is Zamia integrifolia. It's sometimes called the Kunti cycad or the Kunti palm, but it's not a palm. There you go. Yeah, how cool is that? Yeah, and Hawaii doesn't have any native cycads, to my knowledge. Florida does, though. Yeah. Anyhow, that one guy says, a fun game to play, type in your birthday and type Florida, man, to see what comes up. We're not going to do that now, but yeah. Anyway, Florida, I think, has... how many species of sea turtle? Out of... goodness, out of 7 species of sea turtle in the world, I think Florida has like 5. Green sea turtles, loggerheads, hawksbills, I think. I want to say they have olive ridleys, if not Kemp's ridleys, and they have leatherbacks as well. And you'll see some of those here in this piece.
Well, there's good news to report after sea turtle.
That's a leatherback hatchling.
Clearwater Marine Aquarium reports a record-breaking season that just wrapped up, saying it has never seen this much activity.
Oh, leatherback there too.
As Fox 13's Haley Tracy reports, it's welcome news, especially after the hurricanes washed out several.
Hey Casey, how are you doing? Hello, hello.
Just before sunrise,
we patrol 21 miles of beach.
From April through October, the Clearwater Marine Aquarium's sea turtle nesting team documents sea turtle activity on Pinellas County beaches.
While we're monitoring, we're looking for things such as any sort of washover, whether the water has washed over the nest or is sitting on top of the nest. We also look for predations, which we have a big coyote issue in this area that will go and dig up those nests.
Yeah.
This year, there's good news.
We did have a record-breaking season. We actually saw 405 nests and 613 false crawls. Actually, within the last 30 years of data that we do have, we have never seen this many activities in one season before.
So that's really exciting that, like, you know, you give them half a chance and these turtles will come back. They will build their numbers up again. We just have to make sure that we're removing some of these man-made threats to them, you know? It's because of human beings that their populations have decreased by about 99.5%. But just given half a chance, they start to come back, which is really exciting. Yeah. And Hawk People says, I'm glad there are people as passionate as you about animals. Oh, thank you, Hawk People, for saying that. I know I'm a dinosaur guy, first and foremost. I mostly work on extinct animals, but over the past few months, I've been getting really into leatherback turtle conservation, and that is going to be a major theme of these broadcasts across 2026, so I hope you're ready for that. Got some really exciting things planned, and we'll talk about that. In fact, actually, let me add something right now to our calendar. I think I can confirm this now. November, December. So it is the 29th. Whoop, thank you, HD and HB, for the 28 months of support. I appreciate that. Hang on, let's grab that. Put that there, just so we have the right font size. Leatherback turtle talk. We are going to be...
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Thank you, Merv. Holy cow, for the 41 months of support. I really appreciate that, Merv. Holy cow, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you, as always. Lovely. And Moose, thank you for the 100 bits. Lovely, really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Here. So we're going to be interviewing...
This is a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur.
Oh, that first one wasn't a dinosaur. Frasier, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So, we're going to be talking about leatherback turtles with Scott Benson on Monday the 29th of December, right before New Year's. I'm really looking forward to this, and I might even ask if we can get on the front page for this interview. That would be really, really cool. I'm going to see if I can interview him in person, rather than doing like a Zoom interview. He also lives here in California, so we're going to try and work that out. Very excited about that. So, Scott Benson is...
Huge animals. They engage in these incredible migrations.
That's his voice there.
Across the Pacific Ocean. These animals are able to maintain a body temperature greater than their environment.
There's Scott Benson there.
Very unique for a reptile. And they do this all on a diet of jellyfish.
He's done more than most
and I
people.
think one of the reasons why it doesn't
help protect these creatures, study them.
It's not an animal, it's easily seen. Essentially, hatchlings leave the beach and they're about that big, and when the people see them again at the nesting beach, they are the animals that weigh 1,300 pounds and almost...
1,300 pounds! Shoot, I bet most of you in chat don't even weigh that much. I don't quite weigh that much. 1,300 pounds, that's a lot, especially for a turtle.
6 feet
Holy cow.
long. We're here off the central coast of California between Half Moon Bay and San Francisco to learn more about movements of these animals.
You're working on it, Murph? Nice.
Cryptic species.
Well, best of luck.
They lie very close to the water. Not very much is exposed. We're most able to be effective.
Yeah, anywho, I'll give you a link to this video here, but we'll get back to our bit of news about more sea turtle nests in Florida. Record number this year. That one guy says, is there anyone you would fan person about if you were able to meet them? Oh yeah, well I mean, I don't know. I've met enough well-known paleontologists, people I grew up watching in documentaries and stuff. I've met enough of them at this point that I think I can mostly avoid embarrassing myself. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I grew up watching... watching Jack Horner in documentaries and stuff, and then I went off to Montana and I worked under him. He was my boss, or my boss's boss. You know how it goes. Jim Kirkland. Like, I consider him a good friend now. I grew up watching him in all kinds of documentaries when I was a kid. Guy who discovered and named Utah Raptor. You know, this is Papa Jim. Yeah, there's Jim and Utah Raptor right there. This is the museum in Lehi, Utah. He's a member of this community now, you know? So it's been a dream come true to be able to not just pursue those childhood dreams and ambitions of becoming a paleontologist, working on dinosaurs, doing field work, making new discoveries, but going from admiring these people From them being like an abstract figure that I read their books and their papers and I've seen them in documentaries and stuff, to being able to work alongside them and get to know them, and like, I wouldn't call myself a peer of Jim Kirkland, certainly not, but to be able to work alongside these people has been tremendous. They say never meet your heroes, but what do they know? Sometimes they turn out to be pretty cool, you know? So yeah. By the way, Jim has a new talk. We might take a look at this later, but I want to at least give you a link right now.
Is of things in the pipeline.
So Jim gave this talk before the. Here's Uncle Don introducing him.
20-second UFOP talk. Maybe not just this chapter, but between all of the chapters, he's given quite a few. Does anyone in here not know who Jim Kirkland is? That's what I figured. Jim, like all the other UGS paleontologists, was born and raised in Massachusetts.
Anyway, so here's Uncle Don. This is Don DeBlue, who is the assistant state paleontologist for the state of Utah. And Jim is the state paleontologist.
A sweetheart.
Oh.
His name, 27 dinosaurs or something at this point, with many more to go. But pretty much a legend. Also a sweetheart and a guy who knows a lot and is really happy to tell you about it. So I always say if I could remember everything Jim told me about geology and paleontology, I would be really smart. So without further ado, we're going to bring up Jim Kirkland to tell you what his most recent project is. He's always got a
Claire
new
may have
project,
already put it
and
here.
This is the most recent one.
Yeah.
So.
Apologies for those digging noises. That's part of the video. They did this over Zoom, I think.
I see the red title up there, Dino Decimation. Basically that came up, I gave this talk in Moab about a month ago, and a shorter version I presented at the 12th International Conference on the Cretaceous in Germany about a month ago as well. But that, they give you 12 minutes.
Jim needs no mic.
You'll see here,
True
it's
words,
all covered in
HD.
12
Yeah.
minutes, without much question. But, I've been out here working the Cedar Mountain Formation since 1989. 1990 really started getting...
So anyway, really cool talk here. So Jim talks about how, well, it seems there may have been another major extinction event for dinosaurs at the end of the Jurassic, beginning of the Cretaceous period. And, so he kind of outlines that, how we've been able to figure that out by studying dinosaurs with the Cedar Mountain
It was like you go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
This is pretty sick, Randy. Thank you for the 63 months of support. Really appreciate that. So anyway, Jim talks about the extinction of a bunch of these different groups of dinosaurs at the end of the Jurassic, and what happened to them. Well, there's some evidence that there may have been an asteroid impact at the end of the Jurassic period, closing out the Jurassic and bringing the Cretaceous to a start. Really interesting stuff. So, again, here is a link to that talk. Check it out. And Mama Bonbon says, any news from the saved dig site? Actually, yeah, I was just talking with Andrew Milner about that the other day. Here. Let's see, for anybody who is wondering what we're talking about, here we go.
It's going to be a bit noisy today. Just look what's going on behind me. We've got the heavy equipment here. Welcome everybody to St. George, Utah.
Thanks to Claire once again for putting together this video.
Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. And here we are at this emergency fossil excavation. I'm glad you're here. The whole point of these broadcasts is not just to show you how fossil excavation works, but also to drum up support for the project right here, right now, because this is urgent.
So this is in St. George, Utah. This is land owned by the city. All kinds of incredible fossils are here from the very beginning of the Jurassic period. And,
welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your very first time, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here in Utah. Drove the 11 or 12 hours to get here from the Bay Area to show you this and to help out however I can. We're in the Moanavi right now. Pretty special place. This is the very beginning of the Jurassic period. This is just after the extinction event at the end of the Triassic. And so this is a time when the world is changing. You know, this is kind of the beginning of dinosaurs ruling the earth. A lot of the creatures that were sort of dominant before this, things like phytosaurs, things like Rawasuchians, Dicynodonts, those guys have all fallen by the wayside. They've gone extinct. And dinosaurs are beginning to take over the earth right here, right now.
Anywho, the whole point of this whole emergency dig was to excavate whatever we could before the city was slated to bulldoze the site and build an electrical substation there. Extraordinarily important fossil site scientifically, and it was going to be destroyed. But thanks in part to this community and a bunch of other people in and around St. George and across the country, we were able to garner enough support, raise enough attention, make enough of a fuss that the city decided to change their minds and not destroy the site. So we played a part in saving that. Andrew Milner, who is the curator of the museum there and lead on this whole project to do the emergency excavation. Andrew, here we go. He presented on this at SVP the other week. So at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. And I'm trying to load the his poster right here, and it is being ultra slow. Come on, Google Chrome. What's going on? But anyhow, I was on the poster too, not just as an author, but there's a photo of me on there, which I thought was really funny. It was nice to see. There we go. Yeah. Excellent. Here, can I unsmall this a bit?
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Oliver Sutton, thank you so much for the 14 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here online. That is excellent. Good stuff. And small and why not and big, and it was already too big, Salamander. There's me on the poster right there. Public outreach and volunteer recruitment. Good stuff. There we go. Sweetie Pie, you are being a real nuisance right now, I gotta say. It's me with a lungfish model that I 3D printed and donated to the museum. Yeah. So St. George Dinosaur Site immediately began seeking volunteers and donations for the emergency excavation, utilizing social media to raise awareness and distribute flyers. Danny Anduza's live streams on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, helped increase attention from traditional media and drove additional donations of funds, equipment, and volunteering. Danny discussed the project with his audience, conducted interviews with Andrew Milner and Jim Kirkland, and traveled to St. George to broadcast the excavation live. So I was really proud to have been part of all this, and it was really nice to get that kind of recognition on the poster, you know? So all of you should be proud if you helped out with this too. Thank you for being part of this community, helping us get the word out, all of this. So many different members of the paleontologizing community really stepped up to the plate for this. Sharing things on social media, making donations, purchasing things off the wish list for the excavation, editing videos, and some people actually showed up in person to volunteer at the site, which was incredible. We had people coming from as far away as Atlantic Canada, people from the UK, people from Nevada and from other parts of Utah, all showed up to St. George to help out with this, and I was immensely proud of that. So yeah. Anywho, how are you doing, Mini Pie? How are you doing? Are you looking for some treats? Is that what you're up to? Is that your goal here? Huh? Huh? Yeah. Alright, we can make that happen. We can make that happen. Yeah. Alright, let's get some treats. Oh. Look at those. Well, well, well. Good stuff. There's more. Get them. Get them. Excellent. Yeah, and she is chewing them. Good for you. Good for you, Mini Pie. They are dental treats, so it's good to chew them. If you are leaving crumbs all over the place. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway. Blabbed about the post. Oh, no worries, Golganek. Not a problem. It's all good. A heated mat. There you go, Spider Monster. Yeah, that is... I've got one of those for the cats, too, and at some point we might set that up in here. Have a designated place for them to sit. Yeah. And CH Zone, hey, how are you doing? We met at SVP? Very cool. How are ya? Welcome to Paleontologizing. You might have to remind me of where you were, because I don't think it said CH Zone on your name tag. But yeah. Welcome. It's good to have you here. We are currently going over some news. We've got positive news about sea turtle hatchlings in Florida. We've got some not so positive news about another dinosaur auction that we'll go over in a little bit. And we've got some fun stuff too. Yeah. Anywhere Chance. Oh, very cool. Okay, Chance. Nice, nice. Hey. It's good to have you here. Thanks for saying hello. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, it is cool to have another paleontologist here on Twitch. Squiggles, good point. Thanks for saying hello, Chance. I appreciate it. I've presumed that we've probably had other people from SVP lurking since I got back on Thursday. But, yeah. You're the first person who's actually said hello, so, well done. It's good to have you here. Oh, part of Cassie's crew. Right. Yeah. I gotta make sure I keep an eye out for any emails from Cassius, because he was really taking me to task for not having responded in time. But yeah. And do we have any new fossil finders scheduled? We did have one for this Wednesday, and then we had some extenuating circumstances. So our interviewee, turns out, couldn't make it for this coming Wednesday, so we'll postpone. But I will announce that once we have fully confirmed with her that we'll be doing that interview. I'm hoping next Wednesday, but we'll see. Anywho, where were we? We're jumping around all over the place here. Let's see. Sea turtle news. Let's continue with that.
Well, there's good news to report after sea turtle nesting season. Clearwater Marine Aquarium reports a record-breaking season that just wrapped up, saying it has never seen this much activity.
Leatherback.
As Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy reports, it's welcome news.
It's true, Casey. Yeah.
After the hurricanes washed out several nests last year.
So we were about here, I think. There we are.
Up those nests.
This year, there's good news.
We did have a record-breaking season. We actually
Nice.
saw 405 nests and 613 false crawls. Actually, within the last 30 years of data that we do have, we have never seen this many activities in one season before. But what if
Can anybody tell me what they think a false crawl is? False crawl. Take a guess if you don't know. A false crawl. Decoy nest? Good guess there, Squiggles. Not quite. The opposite of a true crawl. Salamander, I mean. Yeah. And hey, Nelth, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Here.
a false crawl is simply a sea turtle comes up onto the beach, and she's essentially looking for the perfect place to lay her nest. So as she's crawling up on the beach, she's kind of looking around, checking her surroundings, and for whatever reason she doesn't like that area, she'll cause her to turn around and go back into the water without laying her eggs.
Yep.
Now they will do this multiple times until they find that perfect spot.
Carly.
So I'll see if I can find you an image of this. There we go. A false crawl is essentially the mother turtle comes up onto the beach and she goes, no thanks. And she turns back, goes back into the ocean. She makes a U-turn. And don't they return to the same beach? No, they do, Murph, but sometimes the conditions aren't right. Sometimes, like, just the vibes are off. So she'll maybe swim another couple hundred meters down the beach and lay her eggs there, something like that.
White dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Wasn't it a meteor?
They're all meat eaters. Meteor. Take it easy.
Brissom Climte, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? The Acolytes of Kiki are here. Well, welcome, Kiki's Acolytes, to Paleontologizing. Thank you for joining us. It's wonderful to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And shoot, let me show, don't tell for this. Got some cool new folks here. How was your stream, Kiki? I hope it was really good. This is me. This is what I'm all about.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Well, good. Glad to hear it.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too.
Paleogeography.
We're
Oh,
testing
very cool.
hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Really neat, Brissom. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go.
So I can see that my
And Hogan.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Holy cow, thank you for the 34 months there, Hogan. I really appreciate that. Yeah, good stuff. Thanks for keeping me here online. Tier 3, no less, of course. Extraordinary, Hogan. Thank you so much for being such a stalwart supporter of science outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate you. And Coelacanth mentioned, we love coelacanths here. Yeah. Botch Isgum. How are you doing? In fact, Fishmas is coming up in less than a month now. We'll be doing our annual Fishmas stream. There we go. Yeah, Fishmas. Sassy Catastrophe. You know Fishmas.
What day? Hello, you there, boy.
What? Me, sir?
Yes, you, my good fellow. What day is today?
Today? Why, it's Fishmas Day, of course.
Fishmas Day?
I haven't missed it.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to have you here, and a very happy Fishmas Day to you. A Merry Fishmas Day to us all. I'm so glad you're here today. I've been so excited for this stream. Anywho, Fishmas Day, we celebrate the discovery of the coelacanth, December 22nd, 1938. Marjorie Courtney Latimer discovered this incredible critter, and yeah, it's a special day. That was a fish that, you know, it's kind of the quintessential fossil fish in many ways. So fossils like this have been turning up for, you know, since the 1800s. From the Mesozoic era all the way back to early on in the Paleozoic. These guys have been around for about 400 million years, and then they disappear from the fossil record at the end of the Cretaceous period. And everyone thought, oh, that's cool, you know, fossil fish, they're extinct, of course. And then December 22nd, 1938, Marjorie Courtney Latimer finds a live one, or one that was very recently dead. It was caught by a fishing trawler outside of East London, South Africa. She realized it was something really special. She contacted the only ichthyologist in all of South Africa at the time. He was able to confirm, holy cow, this is a fossil fish. We assumed these critters had been extinct since the Cretaceous, and now we know they're not. There's now 2 populations of them that we're aware of. So off the east coast of Africa, and then in Indonesia is the other population. Incredibly cool animals. They're also very close to the origin of tetrapods. Tetrapods are land-living, limbed animals. They evolved from a fish that looked very similar to a coelacanth in a lot of ways. So they're really important for a lot of different reasons. It's a classic paleontological story, and it's one that, no, it's right before Christmas. Anyway, it's a ton of fun. Yeah. But yeah. And I read a book on the discovery of the coelacanth. Puppy-like fins, I found that so endearing. Yeah. Yeah, Botch, was that this book? Here. I have it over here somewhere. Was that this one, perchance? Or maybe this one? Both excellent books. Yeah, I recommend this book all the time. Samantha Weinberg's A Fish Caught in Time. Superb science writing. It reads like an adventure novel, almost. Highly recommended. Really, really good stuff. Honestly, like, one of my favorite books. Yeah. And I did see that, Murph. The tested on a coelacanth video. There's a lot of misinformation in it. I was a little... not like serious misinformation, but they just got a lot of details wrong. We might watch that in a bit, but I'm a little hesitant too, because I don't want to be nitpicking the video the whole time. You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah. And Toilet Gator. Yeah, I saw that video this morning. It's a little disappointed, not in Adam Savage, but the,
A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror.
And thank you, Botch, Appreciate that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. The ignorant ichthyologist whom Adam Savage was talking to clearly knows his stuff about other aspects of ichthyology, but we're such coelacanth nerds here on this channel that I was like, well, actually, Marjorie Courtney Latimer wasn't trained as an ichthyologist. She was a museum curator, and all of these other little details like that about the story of the discovery of the coelacanth. You know what? Let's just watch it. We're talking about coelacanths. We might as well. Pregnant specimen. Yeah, we've seen this one before in other videos.
Adam Savage, and I am in the back stacks of the American Museum of Natural History's ichthyology storage. Just part.
Yeah, we call that the collections. So this is, when you go to a big natural history museum, the stuff that you see on display is just the tip of the iceberg, figuratively speaking. The broad base of that iceberg is the collections, where there are, at a large museum, often millions of specimens back there. This is the beating heart of the museum. This is why scientists go to visit a place like this, to study specimens, to do their work. Sometimes they also go out into the display areas, the public space, and they take measurements on specimens there. But for the most part, if you as a scientist are visiting a museum for research purposes, you're hanging out behind the scenes in the collections here.
Part of your storage.
Oh yeah, this is one of 3 floors.
This is Assistant Curator Ryan Toney, and in this place, which is a palace to fossils, one of the largest collections of fossils on the planet, we're about to look at a living fossil.
Yeah, indeed.
Dude, I cannot believe what's in here. Can we crack it?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna need a hand though over there.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. This is a big one. Right, I'll just slide it back.
Holy cow,
There
it's
you
so
go.
much bigger than I thought.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the biggest.
Holy. It's stored in something that's making me cough. Ryan, tell everybody what.
Yeah, so this is Latimeria chelumnae. This is the West Indian Ocean coelacanth. There's 2 specimens in there. I think a female and a male. The females are larger on average.
What this is.
This is a coelacanth. These are coelacanths.
And coelacanths they're called living fossils.
And Petrodactylus says, that's huge. Didn't realize they got that big. Oh, yeah. Holy cow. Yeah, they get large. Very large. As far as bony fishes go, they're pretty big, like a really big grouper almost. So, no, Pimpcat, not a grouper. No. No, here's the thing. That's one of the reasons why this fish is so incredibly special. This fish is more closely related to you and me than it is to a grouper.
What?
It's true. This fish is extraordinarily close to the origin of tetrapods. So, pull this up on our tree of life. Tetrapods. Tetrapods are all reptiles, amphibians, and mammals. They're all tetrapods. Here's our tetrapods here. All of these critters are tetrapods. They all shared a common ancestor about 340 million years ago, give or take, something like that. And then lungfishes are the closest relatives of tetrapods, but after that, it's lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods, sarcopterygians. There's our coelacanths, 2 living species right there. Yeah. Pretty cool. So again, this fish here, coelacanth, more closely related to you and me than it is to a grouper, to a trout, to a goldfish, to a salmon. This practically is a tetrapod. This is a fish that's very, very close to, like, amphibians, essentially. It's a lobe-finned fish. Exactly, Claire. So it's got these fleshy lobes on its fins that are very different from the wispy fins of other fish, what we call ray-finned fish. These guys, they essentially have, like, limbs with fin rays coming off of them. Incredibly weird and cool. And can you show a clip from that show? I looked everywhere, Lordy, for that show, and I don't think it's available anywhere on YouTube. Or else I would. But, yeah. Let's see. Filters this year. Yeah, not anywhere, unfortunately. But I'll find you a clip of a coelacanth swimming, so you can
This was our world.
get a sense for how incredibly cool they are.
225 million years ago.
Looneysaurus, thank you for
at
the
the
35
Mesozoic
months.
era.
Hey, really appreciate that. Yeah, good stuff, Looneysaurus. Thank you, thank you. Here, I'm trying to find you a decent video of how these guys swim, because it is kind of amazing. No, we don't want AI garbage. Give us the real thing. This'll work.
The coelacanth was thought.
And no, this is one of those like amateur videos. Bear with me for a second. We'll find a decent clip here. Here's a full-length documentary in French. Let's see if I can find a decent clip. There we go. That should work. They have this incredibly weird way of swimming where they kind of like... They can hover in the water column, and they move their fins in all different directions to kind of stay in place. Just nuts. Look at that. So, Lordy was hoping that I could find a clip from that new documentary with Attenborough. It just came out like a couple months ago. But the second dorsal and anal fin here, they can like pull all their other fins in against their bodies. They're like streamlined, and then they could just swim forward, just flapping those fins, alternating side to side like this. It's really weird. So the top one is going to the right, the bottom one is going to the left, and they just kind of go like this with them, and they propel themselves forward, and they stop, and then they back up. It's like moonwalking through the water. They're so incredibly weird. Yeah. They are carnivorous, yeah, squiggles, like most fish are. Not very many herbivorous fish. Yeah, they're such cool animals. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Because we found them in the fossil record long before we found that they were still alive. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So they thought they were, I mean, they were pretty abundant in the fossil record even. And then they kind of just disappeared something like 60 million years ago. So they were long considered to be an extinct fossil fish. 1938, I think it was, Marjorie Latimer, super cool ichthyologist, was making...
Yeah, so she wasn't actually an... here's my, well, actually, but Marjorie Courtney Latimer, it kind of makes the story all the more remarkable. She was not actually like a professional ichthyologist, wasn't really trained in ichthyology. She was the curator of this little museum in East London, South Africa at the time. And it was because of her that this was brought to the light of science, to the attention of scientists. Yeah, so curator and crusader, the life and work of Marjorie Courtney Latimer. I should take a look at that. I should see if I can get that book. Anyway, it was a remarkable story. The director of the museum at the time told her, "Oh, this fish isn't anything special. It's just a rock cod. You know, don't worry your pretty little head about it." You know, he was really condescending, apparently. And she was like, "No, I'm not sure what this is, but I know it's something truly special." And she saved it for science, and it was one of the grandest discoveries in zoology of the 20th century. It's such a cool story. Again, we'll go over this in great detail. On December 22nd, right? Let me make sure that's not a weekend day. There we go. December, yeah, Fishmas Day. It's a Monday. We'll be talking all about this incredible critter on the 22nd of December, the anniversary of the discovery of the coelacanth. Can't wait. Yeah. Anyhow. Coelacanth and Belacanth. Very funny, Mayor Spence. Yeah. And yeah, Squiggles, yeah, nobody's been able to... Coelacanths are deep water fish, and so you bring them up to the surface, and they die. Anyhow. Take a look.
In her rounds of the fish markets in South Africa, and
she didn't go to the fish markets. She was actually, there was a local trawler captain by the name of Hendrik Goosen, I believe, the trawler Nadine. He would call her up when he would get interesting cargoes full of fishes and sponges and things like that. And he would kind of give her first pick. They were friends, and he was like, "Hey, if I can support the museum and give you some cool specimens, I'm going to do it." And then she saw this incredible blue fin sticking out. She's like, "What is that?" She's clearing away all of this detritus, and then there's the coelacanth. And she's like, she didn't know what it was, but she knew it was special. She saved it for science. Yeah.
Found what appeared to be a fish she had only drawn in her fossil fish class.
So
Yeah.
she was an ichthyologist. She was able to recognize it.
Yeah.
And so
she wasn't an ichthyologist, which kind of makes this, like I said, all the more remarkable. She just knew it was something special. And she trusted her instincts enough to not let the naysayers get to her. She's like, "No, it's not a rock cod. No, it's not a sea bass. It's not a grouper. This is something special." And she was right. She was right.
Well, how long did it take her to get other ichthyologists to agree that she had found such a rare thing?
Well,
and so this is it actually took like 3 months or something like that. I think it may have been because it was over the Christmas holiday that she found this, and that was part of the story. That's part of why this was so difficult. There's only one other ichthyologist in South Africa at the time, J.L.B. Smith, who wasn't even a professional ichthyologist. Ichthyology was his passion, and he published in it, but his profession was chemist. Anyway, it took him like a maddening amount of time to actually show up and look at this thing in person. I think it was like February before he actually came to examine it. She sent him a letter, and he kind of like didn't believe it. Which is, again, so maddening, because this was the thing that would make his career afterward. That's what made him famous, was him publishing on the coelacanth. He was Mr. Coelacanth after this, forever onward. And but it took him forever to show up in person. Yeah.
She got on the horn immediately with her ichthyology professor.
Yeah. Nope, there was no telephone there. She sent them a letter.
J.L.B. Smith. And it became this whole nightmare trying to get one of these specimens put into formaldehyde in 1938 in South Africa.
And it wasn't put into formaldehyde. So I don't know. I feel bad correcting this guy about it, because he is, an ichthyologist. I'm sure coelacanths are not his specialty. And they like trot him out like, "Hey, talk about the coelacanth." And he's like, "Oh, okay." All this kind of half-remembered stuff. Again, we here on Paleontologizing are such coelacanth nerds that, we know the details. I know the details. But yeah. in Sassy Catastrophe. I mean, it's not intentional misinformation here, but yeah. So the first specimen, the one that we saw here in this photo, yeah, here. I can show you a clip from a documentary about this, because much of the specimen was lost. All the innards were discarded. Here we go.
History Museum in East London, South Africa.
Welcome in.
She remembers well how her life was turned upside down by the mysterious coelacanth.
Nobody ever knew the difficulties and the trauma that I went through. I went through absolute trauma saving that fish, because nobody wanted to know. I'd say even my family in the end began to think I was cuckoo. I suppose I was very cuckoo.
But she was right. Here we go. Here's the story.
On December 22nd, 1938, a fishing trawler steamed into the East London harbor.
It's called the Nadine, the name of the boat.
On the deck was a pile of sea life dredged up after a freak storm. But these fish were not all meant for market.
It was a pile of sponges and starfish and rat-tailed fish, and you name it, they were there.
When putting together new exhibits at the museum, Marjorie often obtained samples from local fishermen.
And from underneath this crowd, there was this one fin sticking out, this blue fin. And I thought, what on earth could this be? Then I moved all the fish. There was this beautiful, beautiful fish. Iridescent colours all over the fish. It was solid. It was just on 5 foot long. Rough
5 feet long.
scales.
Better put it 2 meters.
Eyes, very big blue eyes. These peculiar limb-like fins, something I'd never seen in a fish in my life.
Marjorie had been an avid collector since childhood. She knew instinctively that this was an important find.
She didn't know what it was, but she knew it was
This
important.
fish has got to be saved.
Although she was able to cart the fish back to the museum, this was 1938, and there was no easy way to refrigerate and preserve the specimen.
Nope. And they didn't have enough formaldehyde either.
The local mortuary.
And so I went in, and this very tall, very gaunt-looking gentleman said, what could he do for me? So I said, you know, I've got this beautiful fish. And I said, I have to try and save it. And I wondered if you could put it into the mortuary. So he drew himself up, right nearly up to the roof, and he said, never heard of such an iniquitous suggestion. Most definitely not. Most definitely not.
Which is nuts, because afterward, there was like... Here, let me say. This could very easily be a movie. You could make a really gripping, exciting, and hilarious kind of like almost political comedy about this. This whole saga of the coelacanth. We'll talk about this more on Fishmas Day next month. But holy cow, this story is ripe for that kind of treatment. I could just picture, like, you know, a director like Adam McKay tackling this, and it would be a hit, I think. There's so many really, really funny aspects of this, because she goes to the mortuary, and she's like, please, I need to save this fish. Can we put it into a freezer or something, and into the morgue? Like, you need to help me. And he's like, no, of course not. You're stupid. We're not going to do this. Think how stupid he must have felt later on when this became not just the talk of the town, but headline news all over the world. Fossil fish found alive. This was a point of tremendous pride for the nation of South Africa. You know, and this dolt running the mortuary is like, no, you can't put that fish in here. Think about how stupid he must have felt afterward, you know? Yeah.
In desperation, she sent off a note and a sketch to a professor at Rhodes University, 100 miles away in Grahamstown. Professor J.L.B. Smith was trained as a chemist, but his passion was ichthyology, the study of fish. His work in this field would soon change the face of science.
Let me take you to L4.
Professor Smith's one-time secretary and archivist is Jean Pote.
This is it. This is a very interesting file. It's correspondence with Marjorie Courtney Latimer from
Here it is. Here's the original letter.
Onwards. And in this file is, I think, the original drawing. That is the original drawing by Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
So this was the fact that she included a sketch of it in this letter. This changed the world. She could have just written a description, and he probably wouldn't have paid attention. Like, oh, okay, you know, fine, whatever. But sketching it out really made him take notice.
And as soon as he saw that, he knew that it was something really rare.
For J.L.B. Smith, it was more than rare. It was an impossibility. If that drawing were correct, this fish should have died out with the dinosaurs.
Yeah. And he almost didn't believe it at first.
Smith's wife, Margaret, described his reaction.
It was the 3rd of January 1939, and I suddenly felt almost shockwaves coming from my husband, who was standing up reading a letter. And through the back of the letter I could see a picture of a fish. And he pointed to the drawing of the tail. And he said, you see that tail? That tail belongs to fishes that have been extinct for millions and millions of years.
Smith was confused and puzzled. He almost hoped he was wrong about the identification of this creature.
It's crazy,
but
you know?
If he was right, the implications were staggering.
Yep.
Despite his initial excitement, he was unable to examine the fish in person for nearly 2 months, leaving Marge.
And so that's one of the parts of the story that I do not understand, and I think hardly anybody really understands. He knew that this was an earth-shattering discovery. Why did he wait 2 months before going to see it? Again, this is something that would define his career for the rest of his life. And he procrastinated for 2 months. And what had him otherwise occupied? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. And Squiggles says dropping everything to get on a steamer to Africa wasn't done. Squiggles, he lived in Africa. He was in the same country. He didn't live next door. But, you know, 100 miles away. He could have walked and it would have been gotten there a lot sooner than 2 months later, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And so you read any book on coelacanths, again, can't recommend this book highly enough. Fish Caught in Time by Samantha Weinberg. That is kind of like one of the central mysteries of the stories. Why did it take him so long to go examine the fish in person? And the whole time, Marjorie Courtney Latimer, the woman who made this discovery, she's like, when is he going to show up? You know? She was like being driven mad by this. Yeah.
Marjorie Courtney Latimer to deal with this strange creature alone.
Right.
He probably thought I was making a mistake. Well, I'd sketched it, and I'd written all these letters to him about it. But he probably thought, you know, I was young and inexperienced with ichthyology. It's a funny thing to just suddenly decide about bring a fossil fish out into the open.
Nope.
Marjorie was left with no choice. In order to save
the
fish for scientific study, she had it skinned and mounted.
So here it is, this fish that there's not a refrigerator large enough for it. There's not enough formaldehyde, like, in the whole country, essentially, that she can get hold of. So what does she do? She has no other choice. She has to have it taxidermy mounted. Took all the guts and it was thrown away. It was kind of out of her hands. And she got so much hate for this later on. They're like, why didn't you save it? Why didn't you? She did her very, very best, and no one believed her, and J.L.B. Smith did not show up for 2 months, you know? Yeah.
But without any preservatives, the internal organs had to be discarded.
Yep.
This was later described by Smith as one of the most terrible tragedies in science.
I mean, it's kind of rich for him to say that because he absolutely could have prevented that, you know? He could have pulled some strings.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
E.B. Knight, thank you for the 18 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 18 months.
The internal organs had to be discarded.
Yeah.
This was later described by Smith as one of the most terrible tragedies in science.
Yeah, and whose fault is that, dude? Asked Golganak. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Typical, innit? Blame the woman, says Toilet Gainer. I mean, kind of, yeah. Yeah. Hyverius says, why didn't you save it? Well, you see, I was a woman in the 30s, and no one believed me. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So there were a lot of confusions in the beginning, and I got blamed for losing the innards of the fish. I had to bear that all my life. But still, the main thing was that we saved the thing we saved the skin and the type specimen.
Yep.
On the 16th of February at 10 o'clock, Professor Smith walked into my office. I've been waiting for him since the 22nd of December.
Jeez.
That first sight hit me like
no,
a
right?
white-hot blast, Smith later wrote. It made me feel shaky and queer. My body tingled. I stood as if stricken to stone.
And he walked round the table and he said, this fish will be on the lips of every scientist in the world. It's a coelacanth.
Yep. So he published on this, and it was groundbreaking discovery, but there were still a few people around the world who didn't quite believe it. They're like, well, awful suspicious that all the innards were lost, you know? We're not totally sure this is legit. Like, people said that at the time. And so there was this grand search that started for another specimen of the coelacanth, and it would take nearly 20 years to find another one. I think it was like 1955 that the next specimen was found, and J.L.B. Smith got hold of it. There were teams from France, there were teams from England, there were teams from the United States, all trying to get hold of a coelacanth specimen. And J.L.B. Smith got the first one and brought it back to South Africa. It's actually a really dramatic story where, like, he boarded a military aircraft and they went, like, into another country's sovereign territory and risked being shot down in order to retrieve this fish specimen that had been caught by a fisherman. It was like the president's personal plane that they took. It was a whole thing. So, like, we'll go over this in detail on Fishmas Day. Again, That's December 22nd. We'll have a big special stream for Fishmas Day. Right there. We'll talk about this from back to front, the whole story. But you can see how, like, how you could very easily turn this into, like, a historical comedy, like, almost on par with, like, I don't know, almost in the same vein as, like, The Big Short or The Death of Stalin or something like that. Get some really good comedic actors in there, really good screenwriter. It could be a phenomenal film. And it's kind of shocking it hasn't been done yet, you know? Love a good fish. I mean, it's a great fish story there based on air. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah, just, I think of that scene with them taking that, oh man. What kind of plane was it? It was like a DC-3. Let's see. There we go.
Try to borrow a plane. Finally calling on the Prime Minister himself, D.F. Milan.
Oh,
Milan was at his beach cottage in 1952 when he got that famous phone call from J.L.B. Smith, and he realized that J.L.B. Smith had something important to tell him, that South Africa's prestige was at stake.
As a South African, Mike Bruton remembers the story of the second coelacanth well.
And as a result, Milan eventually gave permission for that military Dakota to fly to the Comores, since been described as the sort of a military aeroplane going to a foreign country, taking a mad scientist to fetch a dead fish.
I mean, it writes itself.
Well, this is Dakota 6832, the one that we flew to fetch the coelacanth in 1952.
So they're going to a French colony.
Was a lieutenant at the time and the senior navigator on the flight that took J.L.B. Smith to the Comoros.
Professor Smith actually sat about here, and he was so tense and so excited. We had a long flight over the sea with almost no navigation aids, but we landed, and there was the fish.
The fish smelled strongly of the formaldehyde Hunt had used to try to preserve it. And it was a bit the worse for wear, having been carted across the island by the fishermen who caught it.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, after 14 years of searching, Smith finally had his coelacanth.
I could not bring myself to touch it, and I knelt down to look, and I'm not ashamed to say that after all that long strain, I wept.
Professor Smith insisted that we get this fish back to the aeroplane and take off as quickly as possible.
Yep.
I'm not sure to this day whether we did in fact have proper diplomatic clearance to land at the island.
They did not.
The fish away. I know subsequently the French government were enormously cross about the whole affair.
Oh, yeah.
They felt it belonged to them. So we flew back.
These different colonial powers all, like, just at each other's throats over a dead fish. Again, it's hilarious. And they were seriously afraid that, like, there would be French fighter planes that would show up on the horizon and shoot them down. You know, it's... Anywho, yeah. So that was the second specimen of the coelacanth. The first one, all of the internal organs had been lost, because Marjorie Courtney Latimer had to have the thing taxidermied, because J.L.B. Smith didn't show up. So finally they had a second specimen, and after that, they started to get a good idea of where these things lived. And so museums and aquariums around the world sent teams out there in order to acquire more specimens, more coelacanths. And there were so many being collected that a number of different scientists at the time were afraid that they might drive them into extinction, because they didn't know how big the populations were. And it does seem like like there's not a lot of them. There's small population sizes to start with. Both the West Indian Ocean coelacanth and the Sulawesi coelacanth in Indonesia, they are both considered either endangered or critically endangered or vulnerable, depending on who you ask. Very small populations, and they're very slow growing. They take a long time to mature before they can reproduce. They don't have large brood sizes. They give birth to live young. So if you start removing individuals from those populations, it could take them a long, long time, like decades, to replenish their numbers. So yeah, that one guy says this thing should have been extinct, but it's not. Quick, catch them all and drive them into extinction. I mean, yeah. I think it was in like the 50s that AMNH acquired their coelacanth specimens, like you see here.
So she was running around the city looking for stuff. She
Shark.
finally got it preserved. And about a week later, somebody flew down and confirmed that it was the coelacanth. It was the thing that they always thought was extinct for 60 million years.
An interesting trend, Kay. You had this in an Irish history book. Very, very cool. Yeah.
Am I correct that...
And hang on, did he say a week later?
1938 in South Africa. So she was running around the city looking for stuff, and she finally got it preserved in about a week.
She didn't get it. Well, she had it taxidermied. Anyway, you know the details now.
A week later, somebody flew down and confirmed.
And it wasn't a week later. It was almost 2 months later. Oh, boy. Yeah.
That it was the coelacanth. It was the thing that they always thought was extinct for 60 million years.
Am I correct that coelacanths are still fairly rare to find?
Yeah, they're not that common. In fact, you know, a lot of specimens or a lot of species that we have in most natural history collections, we have several hundred, maybe not thousands, but I think there's only a couple hundred coelacanths worldwide in museum collections.
The Academy of Sciences has one.
Yeah, we've got two. Actually, we have more than two, which is a story I'll tell you about in a minute.
Well, that's what that's what you had alluded to, that there was more to this specific specimen than the one we're looking at here.
Yeah, this big girl's got a story. So a long time ago, somebody wanted to do some research on the internal organs of coelacanths, and most of the other natural history museums didn't want anybody cutting into their fish, you know, because they're so rare. But
Son of Austerlitz says, when is a species declared extinct? No sightings in its natural habitat for a number of years. It depends on the critter, but yeah, generally it's, I don't think there's like a set standard for this sort of thing. It'll vary across different taxonomic groups. But yeah, generally like a group of researchers will get together and publish a paper and say, we think that this thing is extinct now. And then the IUCN, the International Union of Conservation of Nature. Yeah. They will issue a bulletin or something like that saying, we think that this critter is extinct now. Here's a link. But yeah. Anyhow.
You know, we like science here at AMNH, so they said, yeah, cut it open. Let's see what's in it. And they actually cut this big female open, and that's when they learned that coelacanths give live birth.
Whoa!
Yep.
Yeah.
Unexpected data.
Yeah, total bonus. Yeah. So we actually got 6 coelacanth. Do you know what a baby coelacanth is called?
No.
Coelacanth pups.
Coelacanth
so we got
pups.
6 coelacanth pups from this specimen.
And that's pretty typical. Like the pups of viviparous fish, both bony fishes and cartilaginous fishes are called pups. Shark pups, you know? Yeah, it's pretty standard. And pups, not fry. Exactly, yeah. So fry are generally much smaller. Pups are like better developed. They're larger. They're more precocial, I guess. Yeah.
So here you go. This is one of our pups. Yeah.
And so is that sort of like part of the birthing amniotic something?
That's the egg sac still attached.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they found 6 of those in
6 of those. And they went to various places. One went to the French Museum. One we put here in ethanol. Another one is in our cryo freezer for any, you know, genetic testing they want to do.
Okay.
Another one actually got sectioned up into a million little slices for histology. Yeah.
I guess when you find a bunch of them, you have a sort of you can explore in multiple different modalities.
Exactly.
Where did they live primarily? Where do we know? What do we know about where they live?
So after the hunt for the second coelacanth led us in a lot of directions, and they actually ended up finding them in these deep sea caves off the coast of Madagascar, South Africa, Kenya, you know, Mozambique Strait. I think they found them there. But yeah, really deep water, you know, 400 to 600 meters. Latimeria is our living coelacanth, at least the South African one.
It's the Sulawesi coelacanth is also Latimeria. So Latimeria is the genus name. So Latimeria chalumnae, this is named after the Chalumna River in South Africa. So it was near the mouth of the Chalumna River that the first coelacanth specimen was caught. First one to be brought to the attention of science. And then Latimeria manatoensis is the Indonesian coelacanth, the Sulawesi coelacanth. So there's two different species, manatoensis and chalumnae, but they're both in genus Latimeria.
The African coelacanth, which is named after Marjorie Latimer, the woman who
Oh,
discovered it.
lovely.
Yeah.
Well
It's great.
deserved.
Yeah, of course. She's a fantastic ichthyologist and scientist that I think doesn't get enough praise, especially when you hear about, like, you know, famous women in science. You never hear Marjorie Latimer, who arguably made the biggest discovery in vertebrate zoology of the 20th century.
Yeah. So we celebrate the legacy, the life, the discoveries, scientific contributions of Marjorie Courtney Latimer every Fishmas. So again, join us on December 22nd. We'll talk all about her. Got a big portrait put up on the wall. I guess I closed that tab already, but you'll see.
That is super awesome.
So.
I also love the I love the prepared mind, ready to be surprised.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like, it was so important that it's her mind that was there at that fish market that day.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That is so cool. Ryan, thank you so much for showing me this
of course.
ancient and modern living fossil.
of course.
Dude. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Very cool.
everybody.
Very cool. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video if you want to watch the rest of it. You might do some, yeah, he's talking about stickers and merch and stuff like that. But check it out. Seems like a cool guy. I'd love to meet Adam Savage in person. I love his passion for science, his appreciation of scientific inquiry. I feel like he and I could have some cool conversations. So, I think he might even live here in the Bay Area, so I might have to do some asking around and try and get in contact with him. So anywho, but yeah, tune in on December 22nd for Fishmas Day. It's gonna be a really fun stream. Really looking forward to that. Yeah. But yeah. And oh, Adam is probably here. I don't know. We've got 260 people watching, which I think that constitutes a quorum at least. I want to run a little poll real quick. So everyone here, you've got a chance to weigh in. This week, I was only planning on doing 3 streams. Today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. However, Thursday is Thanksgiving Day here in the United States. This kind of ridiculous holiday that we have where, anyway, it involves turkeys and stuff like that. We always use this as an excuse to talk about the origin of birds having evolved from dinosaurs. I wasn't planning on streaming on Thursday. Lordy is actually hosting Thanksgiving here on Thursday. But it was kind of a last-minute thing. She wasn't planning on it originally. We're not going to do like a huge Thanksgiving meal. Lordy already made ravioli and stuff and froze it. It's going to be really good. But there's not as much preparation for the Thanksgiving meal and Thanksgiving family get-together as we were expecting. So I was talking to Lordy about this, and she said, well, Danny, if you want to stream on that day, you could do like a short early stream before we have to make a few preparations for big Thanksgiving dinner. And so I wanted to ask all of you whether or not you'd be interested in showing up for a Thanksgiving Day stream here on Paleontologizing. I know a lot of folks, especially in the States, are busy on that day. So I wanted to just run a quick little poll here. We'll get numbers on this. go. Would you show up for a Thanksgiving Day? Paleontologizing stream? On Thursday, that is 11/27, right? 27th, yeah. Oh, we've run out of characters. Okay. Yes is one response. Nope, I'm busy is a second response. Or maybe is a third response. Let's start the poll. Vote now. We'll see how folks are feeling. If we get like a majority no's and maybes, then I probably won't. We'll see. It would finish before 2 p.m. Pacific. There you go, Lordy. Yeah, yeah. So it would be an early stream that day. And yeah, not regular time, early stream, Boganek. Yeah. And it looks like we're getting a majority yeses and maybes. Okay. Could be there for the whole thing. I understand, Lenina, of course. Yeah. Well, all right. I guess that decides it. We will do a stream on Thursday. Okay. We'll do a special Theropods Giving stream. This is good. So, and we'll do Thursday Birds Day on that day too. Starting early, and we'll make that. Let's try 11 a.m. Pacific time. So, 2 hours before we typically start our streams. This will be kind of a short stream, but, yeah. All right. Cool. Thanks for helping me decide that, chat. Good stuff. We do not want pictures of cooked turkeys for Thursday bird. Yes, there you go, Salamander. Yes, I will ignore those. Sorry. I see enough images of dead birds and all kinds of advertisements and things for Thanksgiving. So, yeah. Anyhow, thank you for clarifying that, Salamander. Anyhow, yeah. Jackfruit is really good as veggie. Nice, PP. Yeah, yeah. We're having ravioli for Thanksgiving meal here, which means I will not be making my my famous cranberry sauce recipe. But I'll still share the recipe with you. What's the... commands... Okay, exclamation mark crayon. There we go. Oh man, link doesn't exist? Darn. Hang on, we gotta change this right now. Let's update that command. we go. Copy link. Do these expire after a while, the short URL things? Maybe they do. There it is. Yeah. Alright, edit the command. Loop, there we go. Update. Excellent. But yeah, I really like cranberry sauce, and yeah, this is a deliciously tart cranberry orange sauce recipe. If you really want to impress the guests at your Thanksgiving meal, it punches well above its weight in the sense that it doesn't take that much effort or that many ingredients, but it is phenomenally good. So, yeah. If you're gonna make cranberry sauce, and you could just buy it out of the can, the cylindrical cranberry sauce. I know many people are very fond of that. They love the aluminum taste and the columnar shape. Some people really like this, But if you want to do something a bit more ambitious, I always get a ton of compliments every time I make this. And now it's a recipe that you can share with your friends and family. Canberry, there you go, baby. Yeah. Can stuff is usually gelatin or pectin. I imagine it's not gelatin, baby. I think it literally is just cranberry sauce and way too much sugar. I don't think there's much more than that in the can usually, but I don't know. Anyhow. Let's look at we haven't done Metazua yet. Let's do that in a minute. Cool about Thanksgiving stream. Yes. Here, let's continue the sea turtle hatching video, and I will take this opportunity to go run to the bathroom real quick. Let me start it from the beginning, I guess, because we got a bunch of new people here. Here's a piece of positive news that I'm excited to share with everybody. Fingers crossed, we might even get to go to Florida for some special streams in the coming year. I'm reaching out to some folks. I'm seeing what's possible at this point. Sending a bunch of emails. I sent a ton of emails this weekend about this. But I'm going to go run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Enjoy this piece of positive news here.
Report after sea turtle nesting season. Clearwater Marine Aquarium reports a record-breaking season that just wrapped up, saying it has never seen this much activity. As Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy reports, it's welcome news, especially after the hurricanes washed out several nests last year.
Just before sunrise,
we patrolled 21 miles of beach.
From April through October, the Clearwater Marine Aquarium's sea turtle nesting team documents sea turtle activity on Pinellas County beaches.
While we're monitoring, we're looking for things such as any sort of washover, whether the water has washed over the nest or is sitting on top of the nest. We also look for predations, which we have a big coyote issue in this area that will go and dig up those nests.
This year, there's good news.
We did have a record-breaking season. We actually saw 405 nests and 613 false crawls. Actually, within the last 30 years of data that we do have, we have never seen this many activities in one season before. But what a false crawl is simply a sea turtle comes up onto the beach, and she's essentially looking for the perfect place to lay her nest. So as she's crawling up on the beach, she's kind of looking around, checking her surroundings, and for whatever reason she doesn't like that area, she'll cause her to turn around and go back into the water without laying her eggs. Now, they will do this multiple times until they find that perfect spot.
Carly Oakley, manager of CMA's sea turtle nesting team, says the numbers are up from 271 nests in 2024.
In the hurricanes, unfortunately, it did take out a majority of our nests, so we didn't have as successful of a year last year.
She says they were expecting higher numbers.
To lay several nests in one season, and then they take a 2-year hiatus, and then they'll come back again. So there tends to be a 3-year pattern as to all the turtles that are coming back in each season.
But this year's numbers are 100 more than the average.
There are other places that were affected more negatively by the other hurricanes, which is causing the sea turtles to come here as a place to nest. So we're very thankful that they came here and still laid nests.
Kaylee Tracy, Fox 13 News.
Leatherback. Just adorable. Look at this critter. Holy cow. Oh. Anyhow. Got some good news there. I think from there we'll jump into Metazoa, shall we? If you're not familiar with it, this is a daily animal guessing game. Kind of in the same style as like Wordle, if you're familiar with that. But instead of a mystery word of the day, there's a mystery animal of the day. You have to try and narrow down what it is using an evolutionary phylogeny, a tree of life like this. I really like this game because it gives me an opportunity to talk about how different animals are related to one another. How we know that, and how cool it is to know these things too. I hope that idea is getting across when we play this. But let's dive in here. Let's begin.
Hold on to your butts.
So, this is our mystery animal here. We can take guesses here, and the way that it works is it'll show us the most exclusive evolutionary group. We call it clade. That includes our guess and the mystery animal. So, yeah, I usually like to start off with a placental mammal for this. That's a mammal that does not lay eggs and does not have a pouch like a marsupial. So, placentals are everything from lions and tigers and bears to whales to rhinos and bats and hedgehogs and etc. So, sloth is, it's maybe not the best place to start, Claire. There's xenarthrans, and that's not a particularly speciose clade. But, raccoon is a good one. I like that, Harry. That's a carnivoran. It's a very speciose clade. It's part of Laurasia-theria. Let's do raccoon. We'll start there and see if that gets us anywhere close. Oh boy, okay. It's not a raccoon, it's not a mammal, but it is an osteichthyon, a bony fish. So this is interesting. Yeah. And it's not going to be a coelacanth, Squiggles, even though that is a coelacanth right there. There's a lungfish there too, and a sturgeon. And a pecora? I don't know what kind of other fish that is. But this tells us more information than you might guess. Now we'll look at our tree of life here. This Metazoa game only features animals. So animals are this part of the tree. But we guessed raccoon. Which is up here within Mammalia, within Carnivora, within Caeniformia, the dog-like carnivorans. There's raccoons there. Genus Procyon, but it's not one of these. We're going to keep zooming out and out. Outside of Boreoeutheria, placental mammals, therian mammals, amniotes, tetrapods. It's not even a tetrapod. It's not a lungfish or tetrapod. It's not any kind of lobe-finned fish. But it is part of this clade, the bony vertebrates. Euteliostomi. These are the bony fishes. Some of you might be surprised to learn that critters like birds, frogs, penguins, and you are all bony fishes. But yeah, all the tetrapods are. All the mammals, amphibians, reptiles, they're all a type of Sarcopterygian, a lobe-finned fish, which is a type of bony vertebrate. These are all fishes here. So, we guessed raccoon, and it said, nope, best I can do for you is Euteliostomi. That's this here. So we know it can't be on this branch, or else it wouldn't have said Euteliostomi, it would have said Sarcopterygii. So we've got to take a different turn here. We know that our critter has got to be some kind of ray-finned fish. And this is going to be tricky because, oh man, I don't know my ray-finned fish all that well. And there's so many of them. How many species? 34,000 species. That's how many? That's over 9,000! In fact, it's more than 3 times as many as 9,000. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, well over 9,000. Oh boy. So, let's pick a ray-finned fish, I guess. We can try and be smart about this. Like, there's some very speciose clades here, like the teleost fish. There's thousands and thousands of species of teleosts. And percomorphs are a group within that. Most teleosts. It's probably going to be some member of Neoteleostia, I'm imagining. Oh boy. It always gets tricky when we get into the fishes. Let's try a percomorph fish. It's 18,000 species of them. Let's try something like bass.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see. Oh! Oh, okay, okay. It is part of Eupercaria. It is a percomorph fish. So far, so good. That could have gone a lot worse than it did. Could have gone a lot worse. Alright, it is a percomorph, but it's not a bass. So our bass are... We can narrow this down further. Bass are over here. Ours is not a bass. It said, no, best I can do is Percomorpha. So it's going to be like an earlier branching clade of Percomorpha. Percomorphs. Okay. So it's going to be something more basal, presumably. Could it be a seahorse? Slender seahorse. Those are... Let's go to Wikipedia for this and just kind of feel around the phylogeny a little bit. So, percomorphs. There's more than 17,000 known species, including tuna, seahorses, gobies, cichlids, flatfish, wrasse, perches, anglerfish, and pufferfish. This is the most speciose clade of extant vertebrates. So, out of like all the groups of animals with bones that are around today, this is arguably the group that has the most species. So there's a ton. Yeah. And Freddy Confetti, thanks for being here. I'll see you later. Yeah. Lottie Finchie says, hot take, there's too many fish. I don't know. I think there's a perfect amount. Perfect amount. Okay, let's feel this out a little bit. Seahorse is an option. Pufferfish is an option. What else did they have? So often here in like the intro to a Wikipedia article, they'll have your more basic stuff. So, oh, tuna. I'm sure they also have tuna. Okay. Anglerfish, flatfish. They do have anglerfish. They don't have flatfish. Halibut, flounder, they do have that. Okay. Is that a member of this clade? Nope. Flounder, halibut. It's not one of those. Okay. So let's try and be smart about this. Let's look at... Here we search bass. And let's do the common ancestor of bass and seahorses. So they're not that distant from one another. It's probably not going to be a seahorse, because I think that's too close to bass. Percaria. Okay. I don't think it's a seahorse, unless the game is totally borked, which sometimes it is. It's probably going to be another fish-o here. Let's see how far tuna is. If tuna is further away, that's going to be a better guess. Bluefin tuna. Well, that's about the same. Okay. Let's try anglerfish. Anglerfish is even closer to bass. Okay, let's go for broke. Let's try seahorse or hang on. I feel like we just did seahorses not too long ago, right? Help me remember this, chat. We were talking about seahorses last week, or like not last week, but maybe right before SVP, right? Was that because of Metazoa, or was that for a different reason? Anybody remember? I'm asking because I don't think Metazoa repeats animals all that often. I don't think seahorse was our Metazoa. I think we were talking about them for a different reason. Different reason. Thank you, baby. Okay. Yeah. I think it was for a different reason. Also, I didn't try pufferfish. Thank you, Lordy. Let's try pufferfish here. Let's see if that's a better... Pufferfish are tetrodontids. So they are also pretty close to bass. So I think our best bet right now is either tuna or seahorse. Let's try seahorse. Let's see if that gets us closer.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. No! Gah! Oh, did I make a major goof here? So, Eupercaria is not synonymous with Percamorpha? Is that right? No, it is. They're the same thing. Okay. Alright, so we have two different phylogenies that are in disagreement with one another. That's the problem here. Is that the Metazoa one is in disagreement with the one zoo one. Okay. So it's going to be something closer to a bass, probably. And what do we have that's closer to a bass? Pufferfish. Let's try pufferfish.
Hold on to your butts.
Oh! Oh! Not too shabby. All right. Yeah, okay, okay. Nice. We got it in 4 guesses, I believe. Let's go ahead and share that to Blue Sky. There we go. I've certainly done worse. Okay. And our average guess is down to 5.2. That's really good. Okay. Beautiful. Pufferfish. Let's see if we can find a video on them and talk about these critters. As I recall, they are related to, well, obviously, like porcupine fish. But they're related to boxfish, maybe triggerfish, and maybe sunfish, too. I wonder if, like, Animalogic has a video on pufferfish. All these videos of them being butchered. Fish and not die. How about not? How about we leave them alone? And just let them live their lives. Let's watch this. Oops. There we go. And hey, Science Streams, how are you doing, Valence? Howdy, howdy. Yeah. This video is great. I haven't seen it, Petrodactylus. Good, I'm glad you like it. Ooh. Who knew they had these behaviors? It's so cool. So this reminds me of like what blue bowerbirds will do. It's so cool when different critters develop these behaviors where, you know, in order to impress a mate, they'll create these structures. They'll like, it's somewhere between tool use and artistic expression. You know, it's remarkable. He's like, get this out of here. Huh. Look at that. And you know what other kind of critter does this? Uses large, you know, heavy, dense clasts to act almost as shingles on a roof on an earthen structure like this? Who am I thinking of? Balint knows. Humans as mayor of space? Well, I mean, we don't count. Ants. There you go, Claire. Yes. Yes, indeed. Ants will do this. Yeah. Next time you're outside, you see an ant mound, especially if you're out in like a dry environment. Check out how it's built, because they'll often take rocks and pebbles and sometimes fossils, little mammal teeth and jaws and stuff if you're like in the Hell Creek Formation, and they'll use those to kind of build their roof over the top of the ant mound. It's so cool. But no, uncles. There you go. It's bullets. Yeah. Huh. Oh no! What's he gonna do? Oh, so this is, yeah, I remember this. There's like a gimmick to this program where uh they'll have like robotic facsimiles of these animals, the film crew does, with a camera inside so they can go up and interact, and yeah. That's actually really well done. I'm impressed. You've watched this many times, High Flying Butterfly? Interesting. My first time. Oh. Hmm. There you go. How cool is that? This structure was built by a fish. And not even a tetrapod fish. A rayfin fish. How cool is that? Just amazing. You know? So cool. Here's a link to this video. Such a consistent pattern too. It really is incredible. Like the structures that different creatures will build. And they're often creatures that we don't think of as being particularly intelligent. I think it kind of demonstrates how paltry our understanding of intelligence really is. You know, you look at some of these structures that are so easy to take for granted. Things like a spider web, you know, which is a remarkable achievement in terms of engineering. Creatures just do this instinctively. Or is it really instinct, or is there conscious thought there? Is there some degree of like personal expression in this? It's fascinating to think about. I don't know enough about the cognition of invertebrates like this, arthropods, to really have a strong viewpoint on it. But I wonder if it isn't entirely instinct. I wonder if spiders, over the course of their lifetime, get better at building webs through experience. I wonder if they'll adapt that pattern, the way that they build a web, to changing conditions in the environment. If they're in a particularly windy spot, do they build the web a different way? If they're in a spot that gets a lot of rain or it's really humid, like, is there a method that they changed? Is there anything that they tweak to their process in order to get the web to work better? These are things that I wonder about, you know? I think as human beings, we're so accustomed to thinking of invertebrates, insects and arachnids and cephalopods and all other kinds of non-boned animals. We're used to thinking of them as being like robotic automatons. They just kind of run on instinct and they don't really have thoughts or feelings or opinions or preferences. And it's almost certainly incorrect, you know? These are creatures with inner lives themselves. Maybe not in exactly the same way that we have inner lives, thoughts and feelings and hopes and dreams, but there's something going on there in these critters. And there are people who study this. The same way that I study fossils and get so excited about this. It's my passion. There are people, this is their jam. And at the end of the day, We're both scientists, and I'd be so excited to hear about this from somebody who works at these things. Yeah. But yeah, is variance an expression of self or is it error? Super neat. Exactly, Valent. Yeah. 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 Spiderweb maintenance is also. Oh, very cool, Cacklinzer. Very, very cool. Yeah. Anyhow, we know they can teach newer generations of spiders things. Is that true? Huh. Cool. Fascinating video about spider cognition, Tactical Grace. Oh wow, this is long. Oh, very cool. There, hopefully there's no cuss words or anything. We'll take a look.
Signs of the spiders in your house.
Hello, YouTube. Have you ever wondered what it would...
That's silly. This is Twitch, not YouTube, but okay, we'll let that one slide.
Would be like to be a spider, or questioned how intelligent they were? It's obviously not an easy thing to determine. Philosophers have argued forever about whether we can even know if anyone besides ourselves really exists and experiences the world.
I don't... Maybe philosophers wonder if anybody else exists, but I know that everybody else exists. I don't know.
But we can look for certain indicators that there might be something going on in their little brains. When we do this, we're really looking at something called cognition. To understand this, I spoke to two researchers who have done work in this field, Dr. Jimena Nelson at the University of Canterbury in Christchurch, New Zealand, and Dr. Massimo D'Agro at the University of Trento in Italy. And when I went back and reviewed those two interviews, it became really clear that I was in murky water the moment I set out to do this.
Yes, I think you really you didn't do yourself a favor wanting to do cognition. Cognition is a big word.
It is really
big topic. And people inside the topic don't agree on what it is.
So this sounds like the sort of thing that that Rhacodactylus would get excited about.
Lot of scope. I mean, I'm particularly interested in cognition, and I tend to study vision, although I'm interested in all sensory systems, really.
It does sound like Philippe.
Right.
But my interest is in how sensory systems inform cognition, essentially.
Just so we have somewhere to start, one definition of cognition is adaptive information processing.
Interesting stuff. It really gets into the weeds here. This is cool. Again, I'll provide this link for anybody who wants to watch the whole thing. But yeah. And Valent says, of note, many of the papers they're referencing here have undergone figure or whole paper retractions. One scientist was involved in much of it, unfortunately. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. That is too bad. Again, if you're curious about this kind of thing, let's give a shout out to Rhacodactylus, who is a cognitive and information scientist. He streams here on Twitch, and he knows a billion times more about this kind of thing than I do. So if you're curious about these subjects, about cognition, about the inner lives of non-human creatures, how can we learn that? How do we even define our terms when we're talking about this sort of thing? Rhacodactylus is the guy to talk to about this. So, yeah. And also, Science Streams, too. Let's give a shout out to Science Streams. There's way more than I do about this kind of thing as well. Both Valent and Lita on that channel. So, yeah. Yeah. Go check out those wonderful scientist streamers. And also, so... apart from knowing far more than I do about this kind of thing, he's also hilarious. There's a joke right there in the chat. I appreciate you, Bullet. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. So here, we'll move on from that there's a slightly less fun topic that we need to talk about too. This, as far as I know, hasn't really hit the news yet, but I'm sure going to be getting a lot of questions about this once it does. There's a video that just happened to pop into my feed recently, like around noon today, 11 a.m., something like that. Take a look at this. So we're going to have to talk about the grisly world of the commercial fossil market. Here's a video that just dropped.
This skeleton isn't quite like anything that we've seen before. So maybe, just maybe...
This is really weirdly reconstructed. I don't quite believe that this is real.
this could be a new species.
It probably won't be, because it'll probably be purchased by some wealthy person who will keep it outside of the realm of science.
To say I'm interested in bones is a bit...
And not this guy. Seriously, Ben Garrett? Like, I thought you were better than this.
Bit of an understatement. Over the best part of 3 decades now, I've been studying and researching skeletons. And it's fair to say, there's not much I haven't seen. But today is a first. I'm here at Christie's to see an incredibly rare, newly discovered dinosaur skeleton. James, this is incredibly exciting. What a beautiful...
So this is an Oviraptorosaur. This is presumably from the Hell Creek Formation, I think, so it may or may not be on zoo. These are these big bird-like dinosaurs. There we go. Anzu wiley is a genus and species that's been named. It's back in, what, 2014, I think it was named? Something like that. It's a big critter. It's a big bird-like dinosaur. But yeah, Dr. Terrace says lots of Canik-Nathan diversity at the end in Laramidia. Yeah, but... yeah, there's a surprising amount. Yeah. Anywho, the skull of this critter, we don't know how much variation there is in the species at any given time. We don't know how much the morphology of the skull is changing as these animals evolve through the Cretaceous. We don't know how much that morphology of the skull changes through ontogeny. So, like, how different do the adults look from the juveniles? Are there male-female differences, potentially? There's so many things we don't know. This could very well be that same species, and we don't know. We might never know. And how much of that skull was reconstructed, too? Like, to my knowledge, this isn't really made clear in the video.
Fossil, this is. Now, I'm already scanning what it is, how big it is, the different features here. It belongs to, am I right in thinking, the Oviraptorsauria group?
What do you mean, am I right in thinking? Of course it's an Oviraptorosaur.
These were fast, tall, bird-like dinosaurs.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite useful to think of it as a cassowary of the Cretaceous. This is in the late Cretaceous, 68 to 66 million years ago. This would have been running around trying to avoid being eaten by T-Rex.
Exactly, Claire.
Stood about
We'll get to
6
that in a
foot tall.
second.
Same in length. There's evidence on the bones of this animal, and certainly others in the group, that they were feathered. They've been described as a bit like a velociraptor, but with a slightly strange head, and we've been calling it Spike. These caenorgnathids and oviraptors were fast.
Again, that's one of the reasons why I'm always reticent to, like, give a nickname to a particular dinosaur specimen. You can give the site a name, and that helps you remember it and everything, the site at which you excavate any specimens on site. But, like, an individual dinosaur, giving it a cutesy nickname, I associate this with commercial groups, with selling of specimens. It just feels very crass and commercial and mercenary, you know? So that's why I kind of rankle, like, I'm not a big fan of giving individual dinosaur specimens nicknames because I associate it with this kind of thing, you know? Yeah, and there you go, Petrodactylus. I know, right? Yeah. Yeah.
The length of the legs, the height of the hip bones off the ground. I reckon this would have been running at around 30 to 38 miles an hour. So that's
30 to 38 miles. What? It's weird how they also introduce all of these figures like this, like throwing a bunch of numbers at the wall and hoping something sticks. Like, oh yeah, it could run 30 to 38 miles per hour. It's like, you don't know that. What? But that's the thing, is if you're trying to hawk something, if you're trying to sell it, you know, what they're trying to do here is make this more appealing to somebody with more money than they know what to do with, and they want to give talking points to somebody. They want to, I don't know. I used to sell cars for a living for a little while, and like this is a sales technique, is that you try and get your mark, the customer, to imagine themselves owning this product. Like, you want them to put themselves in a scenario in which they're driving the car, or they're showing off the dinosaur on their mantelpiece or whatever. And so if you can plant little bits of information that might not even be real, like, oh yeah, I could run 38 miles per hour. They're trying to get a wealthy buyer to think, oh, well, I can show this off to my friends and tell them, oh yeah, well, it could run 38 miles an hour. You know?
quite a bit faster than Usain Bolt.
Most.
Yeah, there we go. Quite a bit faster than Usain
30
Bolt.
to 38 miles an hour. So that's quite a bit faster than Usain Bolt.
Like, oh, I own a dinosaur that was faster than Usain Bolt. You know?
Most oviraptorosaurs would originate from Asia, and predominantly somewhere like Mongolia.
Yeah, absolutely. So those first ones were found almost 100 years ago to this one. In 1924, the first oviraptor is published.
Whereas this hails from North America.
This was dug out of the Hell Creek Formation in South Dakota. And we have 100 bones from the animal. And for these canignathids, that's almost unheard of. There are 3 or 5 comparable.
Murph says, isn't an ostrich faster? Oh yeah, ostriches, they could do 40 mph, easy. You hear figures up to like 50 miles per hour. I don't know if that's ever actually been documented, but ostriches are fast.
Specimens.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's only fragments of a leg or a tiny bit of the jaw that survive. So to have all those elements found on that single site from the Hell Creek is really special.
So about 100 bones. This animal is going to have about 300 bones total, so that's roughly a third of the skeleton. And how much are they actually... Here's the thing, is that when they're giving figures like this, when they're trying to sell a fossil at auction, they usually exaggerate how much of it is real. So, oh yeah, we have 100 bones. That might be like, okay, they have 100 fragments. They have, 49 of those are rib fragments. And then they have a few verts and they have a few other pieces. Like, it is really difficult to tell how much of this thing actually is genuine, especially with that crazy headgear like this. There are 3D prints that you can get online of Oviraptorosaurus skulls, and this actually looks very similar to one of those 3D prints that I have. So I wonder if they adapted it from that, because this is too good to be true. If this were the actual skull, like, I don't think any of this skull is real, frankly. I think this is probably all made up. Because you don't see any of the, like, mounting armature around it. If these were real fossil bones, you would have little metal pieces holding those bones securely in place, and they don't have that here. So I'm pretty sure this is all made up. This is like the focal point of the whole thing. This is, bam, there it is. Headshot of this animal. Hero shot. And I don't think any of this part is real at all, Murph says there is no armature at all, at least for this part. I did see some armature around the thoracic elements, around some of the limb bones.
Survive. Yeah. So to have all those elements found on that single site.
So yeah, there's armature right here holding up some of these vertebrae, but again, I sincerely doubt very much if this animal is real, to be honest. it seems too perfect and pristine, you know? Yeah.
From the Hell Creek is really special.
It's like having a jigsaw with all the corners and a good chunk of the middle in as well. You've really got a picture of what this animal was like, how it lived, how it behaved, and the preservation's amazing.
These more or less look real. Yeah. So the hind limbs of these animals are the part that we find the most often for oviraptorosaurs, especially in North America. So they're showing this as a close-up when they're talking about the preservation is amazing. I don't think they want to show the rest of it because a lot of it is not going to be real. These parts do look real.
The quality of the bones that survive is astonishing. Absolutely beautiful, especially the right leg and the metatarsals and claws. Just exquisite.
There you go.
What sort of ecology and role within the environment did this animal have, do we know?
Oh, this is interesting. There was actually a talk at SVP that I think they made a really convincing argument that oviraptorosaurs evolved toward herbivory, and they are well adapted for plant eating. So the kind of old typical answer that you would get about these animals is, oh, they're meat eaters, or maybe they ate some plants, they were omnivorous. But no, it seems like they're actually really well adapted for consuming plants, for processing plants. The way that their jaws articulate, there's sort of like some morphology there that suggests that they could kind of almost chew with these edentulous beaks that they had, these toothless beaks, in the way that a lot of herbivorous beaked animals today process food, process plants. I'm curious to see what they're going to say about diet here, ecology.
What sort of ecology and role within the environment did this animal have, do we know?
So probably carnivorous, omnivorous?
No.
Maybe with that beak it's stealing eggs from Triceratops?
No. There's nothing to suggest that. It's making stuff up at this point.
These claws, it's doing damage to something, maybe in defense or maybe hunting. 10 years ago, a similar animal called Anzu was discovered that's been dubbed.
Petrodactylus says, wasn't the whole egg-stealing thing debunked, basically? Apart from just looking at the beak and going, yeah, that looks like it could crack an egg, you know? Apart from doing that, we don't have any reason to think that these animals were ovivorous, egg-eating. Yeah. We could go into detail. I could talk about that for hours, the whole, like, egg-eating oviraptor thing. The name oviraptor does mean egg thief, because that was kind of the original idea. So these were specialist egg-eating dinosaurs, but it seems like they're actually adapted for herbivory. They were eating plants with their beaks. So, yeah. Maybe they might have eaten eggs, but not nearly as much as old textbooks use it. Exactly, Petrodactylus, yeah. It's possible, I guess, but, like...
Yeah. The chicken from hell. That was larger than this and had quite a different shape.
So they ate plant eggs. Very funny geek story. I mean, the talk that I saw at SVP about the jaw morphology of canignathed oviraptorosaurs suggested that they're probably eating kind of tougher plants, maybe fruits, maybe large seeds, things like that. But yeah, they may have been primarily fruit eaters. And part of that talk that was really interesting was tracing the diversity of oviraptorosaurs over time and kind of plotting that with the evolution of fruiting plants. And they both seem to diversify at the same time in the same places. So it's like, it may have been the rise of flowering, fruit-bearing plants that allowed these animals to diversify and become successful like that. So really interesting stuff. So yeah, they may have very well have been frugivorous, Claire Burr. That makes a lot of sense based on what we know about these animals. They may have been specialist fruit eaters. And Neverwinter says Matt LaManna did a lot of work on Anzu. Yeah, he's on the descriptive paper. He might even be first author on that. Yeah. It's Anzu. Yeah, LaManna et al. 2014. There you go. Good stuff. Yeah. And Dr. Terrace says maybe that's why Gigantoraptor got so big in the dawn of canignathids. Big boost to new food options? Potentially, yeah. Yeah, because that's... Gigantoraptor is what, from like the Cenomanian or Aptian Albion, something like that? It's around the time that flowering plants, angiosperms, were really taken off. So yeah. Anyhow. But yeah. Wilganix says maybe some, but would you say chickens mostly eat mice because they occasionally eat mice? Exactly, yeah. Good point, Wilganix, yeah. And yeah, Geekster, I do wonder how much they spent in producing this video and how much they had to pay Ben Garrett to be in it. Yeah. And interesting. They still haven't turned comments off. Yeah.
As well as the legs and claws. So this is not quite like anything that we've seen before. So this is possibly a new species that we didn't know about.
There's so much.
And this is possibly a new species. I mean, it's... I don't know. As a dinosaur paleontologist, it's so gross when they dangle something like this. They're like, hey, pay millions of dollars for it. Might be a new species. How much of it is real, though? That's the thing. We talked about this with Denver Fowler at the museum in North Dakota, at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. There we go. This must have been... our second stream. We took out the UV light. There we go, yeah. Without having to stick around him. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. There's Steve Clausen right there, who is Fossil Preparator here on Twitch. You should go follow him. He is the lab manager at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. And feel very proud because I kind of was able to, at least in part, convince him to start streaming here on Twitch instead of primarily on YouTube. So go follow Fossil Preparator there. Can we get a shout out for Fossil Preparator? Anyway, Steve does really, really cool stuff, and I'm so thrilled to see his channel starting to really take off, you know? Good stuff. Thank you, Claire. Excellent. Yeah. Should we go fluorescent dinosaurs out there in the hall?
Fluorescent dinosaurs in the hall?
Yeah. This is something that is new to me. I did not know about this until Denver told me about it. So it's kind of cool that it's after hours now and all the lights are off.
And this all comes into play with preparing the lambeosaur skin as well.
Yeah.
Lighting techniques.
So let's cross your fingers that the signal holds.
Live on
running anything.
So
Things in the
one
dark.
of the things, I'm going to use my flashlight.
There we go.
To be able to see. Ooh. So here is Bill the Triceratops. You saw him yesterday. So let's imagine you're a millionaire at an auction. You've got tons and tons of money. And you want to know if one of these things is real or not. We were going to do a video like this. Well, I have with me here right now, this is the Convoy C8 UV flashlight. This is a special kind of UV flashlight specifically. It's got a filter on the end, really, really good for bringing out the differences in the different structures. So bone will look different from fill. So if I remove the light and show you, here you can see little bits of glue and putty
There we go.
filled in cracks.
So you can tell what's real and what's not.
Can you see those?
Yeah.
These have
The
been
fossil
used
bone
to fill in the
as
cracks, or
opposed to
just
the-
bits of paint.
The stuff to
So
fill
you
it
can see
up.
the paints. Now Bill is real, but you can obviously see there's little cracks and things that have been filled in that the fluoresce a different color. There's some, especially on the back there. There's a splash of paint there.
It's like trying to spot a counterfeit bill.
There's the original sediment inside the eye.
Oh.
You can see that's
Like dollar bill. Not like Bill the Triceratops.
really dark
yeah.
color. It's got a lot of iron in it.
Yeah.
So if we go look at some other specimens, you'll see even greater contrast.
harp about this when it comes to fish on my stream.
Interesting.
Here is B2.
Cool, thanks.
Now
Dr.
this one
Karen.
is entirely real. This shows us a different feature. So this is the Tyrannosaur, the holotype of Plesiosaurus wilsoni that you saw yesterday. If I put UV on this, yeah, we're going to get through. You have to fire it through the glass, but the teeth fluoresce yellow.
That's
or
wild.
And it looks like poster paint, but it's real.
And then on the dentary, you can put it on my restoration as well, because under this kind of UV, exterior.
Oh, yeah.
No matter what kind of.
Yeah, look at that. Look at how bright it is.
That's epoxy, lights up like a Christmas tree.
Wow.
So many people are using these wavelengths of light to identify if fossils are altered or sometimes faked entirely.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if we go over to some of these, just the end of all these lights on.
So again, this is really relevant to the auction thing that we're talking about here. I don't think Christie's would let you bring a UV light like this to examine that dinosaur that they're trying to auction off. I do not think that they would be happy about this.
Probably just about make this work.
Yeah, let's hope the signal holds. We're walking away from the router, but
Is it working still?
I think it is. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
So here we have some little saber-tooths. These were
them
probably
rapids.
purchased commercially many years ago for display in the museum. If we fire our UV light on them, you can see what's real and what isn't. So the teeth fluoresce yellow.
They're real.
But you can see the whole back of that lower jaw is reconstructed
Yeah.
and putty.
Just goes dark.
The jugal arch, the brain case, all putty, just goes black. If we look at this one over here, you can see the back teeth. Those ones are real, but all the front teeth are fake.
There you go, Murph.
The
You and me
fangs are
both.
fake. Fangs. The canines
Canines.
are fake. All that area of the nose is modeled in clay. The back of the skull, the brain case.
So dramatic.
Yeah,
Jeez.
it's total contrast.
Yeah.
So you can, if you're buying this, if you're in the business of buying any kinds of fossils at all, get yourself a Convoy C8 UV flashlight. I was recommended this by a group of paleontologists working in Hong Kong, who damn it, I can't remember people's names now. I'm a terrible person. Michael Pittman, and he's looking at using UV to detect all sorts of things in fossils, soft tissues, you name it. But you can also use them to see what's real and what isn't.
Do we still have our model of that?
Check out this one. Here's a cave bear foot. Is it all real? Let's take a look. Looks like some of those end toe bones are either different specimens. The preservation is different. Some of it might be real or fake. Some of it might be from different individuals. If you're a billionaire looking to buy one of these dinosaurs at auction, get yourself a Convoy C8. And I challenge any auctioneers, let someone loose on the specimens you're selling with one of these flashlights and let's see what's real and what isn't. Because, I mean, most of what we have here is real, but I didn't collect these fossils. But we have even more striking specimens elsewhere in the exhibit. So,
do we still have that one available for download?
Anyway, yeah. How much of this Oviraptorosaur is actually real? How much of this is real? Peter, turn out the lights and bring out that UV torch. What would you find? They're going to be asking millions of dollars for this,
Detail here is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful, as well as scientifically interesting. When you start looking at places like the claws and the face here, you start to build a picture of what this animal was like. And what's really interesting is you see this, and of course it would have had muscle and feather, but actually this would have been full of keratins, the same stuff in your fingernails, which gives us in this potential, this hope, that it could have been brightly coloured or patterned even.
Again, I think that whole skull is sculpted, maybe 3D printed.
Or much larger and even sharper than we have here.
Isn't that wonderful to think about? I love that colourful world of dinosaurs now. Certainly when I was...
Again, maybe it's real, but it certainly doesn't look like it. And I don't think you're going to get like a definitive answer from Christie's. You could try, but I don't think they want to be forthcoming about how much of this specimen is real and how much of it is reconstructed. I don't suspect that skull is real. It really doesn't look like it. Really, really doesn't.
Growing up as a child, dinosaurs were all very brown and green, very lizard-like. Whereas my kids now understand that dinosaurs were much more colourful, they were feathered. And I find that much more mysterious and intriguing to imagine this beautiful world that existed in the late Cretaceous.
Well, it allows suddenly for courtship and territorial behaviour and display that we never imagined when we were kids growing up. They're much more interesting suddenly.
Absolutely, these were living creatures, and they exhibited all those behaviors of animals that exist today. And that just brings
a weird tail too. Like, what is going on with those transverse processes?
And they exhibit.
Like, what is up with that? There's no neural spines on top of the caudal vertebrae. Is that... When you look at something like Anzu, yeah, there are neural spines. The bits stick up from the vertebrae there. I'm pretty sure that's, you know, some Oviraptorosaurs certainly have weird tails. They often have like a pica style, that like tail shortening that the feathers attached to, but I don't think you have like a lack of neural spines. That's, what are they doing here? What are they trying to pull, you know? Again, if this were a specimen that were excavated by a museum crew, you know, and if they're doing things the right way, I'd be like, wow, that's really interesting scientifically. They should publish on this. But with this, it was presumably dug up by a commercial group on private land. We don't know how much of it is real. I don't know if that's real morphology or not, and it kind of doesn't look like it, you know? Perhaps they ran out of putty when they got to the tail. I don't know.
Did all those behaviors of animals that exist today, and that just brings them to life.
I think this is the next best thing to a time machine. I could spend quite literally all day looking at this, James. I really could. Thank you so much for letting me visit and have this opportunity.
Absolutely.
I hope he got that bag getting this. I hope they paid him handsomely. There would have to be a huge number of zeros on a check to get me to do this. I don't even know if I'd even do it then, you know?
Fantastic animals.
Ms. Art Rules, thank you for the 38 months of support. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Thank you, Ms. Art Rules.
And for about a week ahead of the auction, we'll be on view with Spike here at Christie's. And we would encourage as many people as possible to come and see this specimen in person.
Yeah, please do, and bring your UV flashlight. Really, you know, really go over the whole skeleton there. Please do that.
And that will just help paint a slightly better picture in your mind about what life was like in the late Cretaceous 66 million years ago.
Well, you know what we're going to do now, chat? Of course. They've not yet turned off the comments on this video. I'm going to leave some thoughts there, and yeah. Give them what for? I'm going to express myself here. Let's do it. There we go. So, how do I feel about this? It's gross. I mean, this is a specimen. Who knows how much of it is actually real? They're going to try and sell this thing for millions of dollars at a time when paleontology is grievously underfunded. There are museums that are at risk of shutting down right now, like the one up in Ithaca. There's the museum at Leicester. The whole paleontology program there at Leicester they're planning on shutting that down due to lack of funds. Things are really, really bad. And now we have this going on. If this sells for $10 million, that would be enough to save both of those different institutions. $10 million. You could build a whole museum and fund it in perpetuity. You could have field crews that go out every summer, find hundreds of dinosaurs as good or better than this one that they're trying to sell. Yeah. So how do I feel about this? Shameful. Some rich nitwit is going to hand over millions of dollars for this specimen. It didn't cost that much to dig up. I mean, not realizing that a commercial outfit excavated and prepared it for maybe a few $1,000. I'm trying to make the point that, like, whoever's buying this is getting ripped off. Meanwhile, many paleontology programs. I'm gonna use some M dashes here, so I gotta turn off our soundboard so it doesn't freak out there. Okay, Alt 0151 for M dash. Many paleontology programs, the very institutions which conduct the careful research that makes dinosaurs so popular in the first place. Another M dash. Nope. Come on now. Are being shut down due to lack of funds. Just look at what's happening at Leicester right now, for instance. At Leicester or Ithaca right now, for instance. There we go. Every auction like this harms our science, and I wish the public knew that. We paleontologists can shout this from the rooftops, but getting anyone to pay attention almost feels impossible. With that said, I doubt this comment stays up for very long. There we go. Comment. Claire says, lol, don't refresh. Wait, why? Well said, Claire. I would encourage anybody, if you feel strongly about this too, leave them a comment, you know? They left comments open. They're looking for feedback, clearly. Yeah. There's only 4 comments there right now. Also, feel free to downvote the video as well. It's only got 499 views at the moment. Oh, and by the way, there's a link. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. So yeah, feel free to make your voice heard here. Get the YouTube downvote extent. I already have it paid B. Yeah, that's how I can see the downvotes right here. It's just an estimate. That's the way that it works. YouTube has kind of removed that feature, but so it tries to basically guess how many downvotes are on a video. But anyhow, yeah. And Confused Echidna, no, my concern is not that YouTube is promoting this. My concern is that I want anybody who gets this video shared to them by Christie's, I want them to see these comments, you know? And actually, if, in the interest of doing that, if you wouldn't mind upvoting my comment, clicking the little thumbs up on it, that would help it reach the top too once more people see this video and there are more comments. But yeah, anyway, there's not a whole lot that we can do about this kind of thing, but we can at least express our thoughts in the comments. If Christie's is a little bit embarrassed to share this video because there's a bunch of comments on it talking about how scummy this is, then there you go, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And thank you, Tactical Grace. Yeah. Anywho, I don't want them to get away with this big, you know, oh, aren't we so great? Isn't this so beautiful? Isn't this a wonderful scientific thing? I want people to realize that wealthy folks are being swindled here, which, I mean, who cares if wealthy folks get swindled? They have too much money anyway, whatever. But they are getting ripped off, and I want them to realize that. And this is not a way to express your enthusiasm for paleontology. If you really love fossils, if you're actually passionate about dinosaurs in particular, you're not showing that by purchasing a specimen like this. You are actively harming the science. This is not good for paleontology. It's not. If you actually love fossil science, if you're actually a fan of dinosaurs, you could spend just a fraction of that money, millions of dollars, to purchase something like this. Spend just a fraction of that. Funding a field crew, donating to a museum. You could get 4 dinosaurs named after you by supporting a paleontological program like that. And it would cost so much less money, too. It's so frustrating. I was talking with some of my friends and colleagues at SVP about this. Like, when that Stegosaurus sold for, what, $40 million? Crazy like that? The apex specimen?
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Twernia, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. If you had just a fraction of that, you could pay for a dozen different students to get doctoral degrees in paleontology. You could advance our science by leaps and bounds. You could make a real significant difference in the science of vertebrate paleontology. And people would remember your name forever. Or you could blow tens of millions of dollars on buying a dinosaur that's mostly plaster or 3D printer filament anyway, thus keeping it you know, away from scientific study. And what's that showing? Oh, you have too much money and, you know, you're a spendthrift. Wasting it on nonsense. Like, I don't know. It's deeply frustrating. There's an article. I can't recommend this highly enough. Some of my favorite people are quoted in here. There you go. Wyoming dinosaurs sold for $15 million in Europe, but how legitimate are they? Wyoming dinosaurs are dominating the auction block in Europe, or at least unknown portions of them are. What do they mean by this? On December 11th, this would have been, what year, 2023, I think? No, 2024. On December 11th, 2024, 3 Wyoming dinosaurs, a Stegosaurus and an Allosaurus duo, were auctioned at Christie's in London. Thank you, Dr. Tara. I don't know if I guess it's not going to work. I don't know why the TTS isn't working. Stream Elements is borked right now. But Dr. Tara, thank you for the 100 bits. Dr. Tara says, with that amount of money, tens of millions of dollars, you could discover an entire formation and ecosystem and name each animal after your entire family tree. Your entire family. Tree levels of rich. But now you get 27% of the real part of a skeleton. Exactly. Yeah, it's just people just getting ripped off. Yeah. So 3 dinosaurs sold for more than $15 million at Christie's in London. There's a growing sense of consumer advocacy among paleontologists who see these specimens for sale. Their takeaway? Billionaire buyers beware. So Denver Fowler again, saying, if you were buying a Ming vase at auction, and it was actually made of parts of 5 Ming vases, and 50% of it was painted plaster, wouldn't you want to know that? Said Denver Fowler, paleontologist and curator of the Dickinson Museum Center in North Dakota. But auction houses don't release that information for these dinosaur auctions. It's quite surprising. So we talked about this when this article came out, but this Allosaurus specimen here, the skull of it, I thought looked awful familiar. And I realized on stream, while we were live, it's this one right here. My 3D printed Allosaurus skull that we have here in my office is the same one that sold for $15 million at Christie's in London. Here's a clip. Yeah. Look at the suture between the premaxillae and the max right here. Look at... It's the same one. At this right here. You see it there? Yeah. This little divot right here. That's totally it. That is totally it. Wow. Wow. And it's partially sculpted. The whole thing is sculpted, Claire. That skull is a sculpt. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Do not purchase dinosaur fossils at auction, especially when their provenance is doubtful. Whoever bought this got majorly ripped off. Yeah, they got scrubbed. Embarrassing, you know? Ugh. Find 1 or 2 real pieces, print the rest, profit. Dark Mumbateer, I mean, I wouldn't do that. But yeah, scammed, exactly, Ms. Art Rules, yeah. I actually contacted the artist who put those files available online for printing, because I purchased those files. This is lovely, it is beautiful, it is an excellent teaching aid, but it is not a scientific specimen. This is a sculpt. The artist took several, like actual Allosaurus specimens to use as reference, but this is a sculpt. It is a piece of art. It is not a scientific specimen. And I don't know if the folks who sold this paid the artist for this, for his work. I don't know if they made it clear in the purchasing documents or anything else that that skull is sculpted, you know? And what's Christie's policy on auctioning stolen art? That's a great question, Static Life Photo. I don't know, but I don't have a lot of faith that the policy is any good. Yeah. So anyhow, Mickey Mouse gloves. I love this part. So there's no way of knowing if whoever bought the 3 Jurassic dinosaurs at the Christie's auction knew or cared what percentage of their dinosaurs were actual dinosaur fossils. Denver Fowler doesn't care about the price. A single Stegosaurus skeleton might sell for $44 million, but he's confident it's not worth that much. At auction, the buyer decides what it's worth, he said. If some billionaire finds out they spent $40 million on a dinosaur, and most of it is plaster, they're probably not going to be all that happy about it. Maybe they don't care, but if they care, you don't want that reputation as a seller. At this point, Fowler watches his auctions play out with a mix of fury and amusement. While he finds recent record-breaking prices obscene, he can't help but chuckle at the, in his opinion, undeserved reference bestowed on these crappy composites. His words. They have these clowns wearing fancy suits and white Mickey Mouse gloves holding up these precious fossils, when you know all they're holding up is a big lump of plaster, ever so delicately cradling a thing which isn't even real, he said. Yeah. Here's a link. Yeah. I'm so glad that the Denver and a number of other paleontologists commented on this. Like, we need some other articles. Maybe I need to do an interview with Denver sometime soon about this kind of thing, because holy cow, it's a farce, you know? These auctions are such a... They're scummy. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Anyway, again, if you want to leave a comment on the video here from Christie's about this, that's, I think that whole skull is sculpted. I mean, this could be a new species. Great. Anyway, feel free to leave a comment here. Yeah. Or thumbs up my comment if you feel like it. Yeah. It's the rich robbing the rich and the science paint. It's so gross. I mean, thank you, Claire. Yeah. There you go. Confused again. Yes. Anyway, I feel like I should post this to Blue Sky too. Let's do that real quick. Some rich dolt is going to pay... Whoop. millions. How much of it is even real? Just think about I dearly wish the people who bid on these things would realize how much further that money would go funding actual science. I named a new dinosaur after them. There we go. After a donor. Post. There's a link to that if you want to engage with it for whatever reason. It's another scam. I mean, you could make a very strong argument that that's the case, Deathsaurus. I'll put it that way. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And yeah. Anyway. Let's move on to some happier news, shall we? There is actually some really, really exciting fossil news here, something I didn't get to talk about yet. While I was at SVP, at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, there were a few new papers and new bits of information, new discoveries that had us all kind of abuzz. Nanotyrannus. There is this really cool talk about European ceratopsians. But the one thing that I think everybody agreed on, like, this is going to change our science. This is incredibly exciting stuff that's relevant to all of us here. At least the people who work on Mesozoic critters like dinosaurs. It has to do with dating. Not in a relationship sense. Dating chronologically. Determining the age of rocks and the fossils in them. This has been a perennial problem for us as paleontologists. How do we determine how old these things are? If you've been here in this community for a while, you, I'm sure, know that we can't date dinosaur fossils directly. You know, we've got lots of dating methods for determining the ages of rocks, but the fossils themselves we're not able to date. Until now, to a certain extent. This is incredibly exciting stuff. Dinosaur eggshells help paleontologists determine the age of fossil-bearing rocks. This is incredibly exciting stuff. Because before, if we find a dinosaur skeleton, say, and we want to know how old it is, we usually have to find either detrital zircons in the rock near it, or we need to find like an ash layer. So there was a volcanic eruption and there was ash that was laid down, and that will have radioactive isotopes in it that we can radiometrically date. And if you get really, really lucky, sometimes you have an ash layer a few meters above your skeleton and maybe a few meters below. This is like pie in the sky optimistic. It's not very often that happens. And then you can get like a nice bounding box. We can tell, well, it's between these two ages. That's when our dinosaur lived and died. But dating the fossils themselves is really difficult, and oftentimes you don't have a good ash layer nearby. And so we have to estimate, like, oh, this is about 130 million years old. This is about 70 million years old. So on and so forth, you know? This could change the game, though. Really, really exciting. So scientists from Stellenbosch University and elsewhere have used advanced uranium-lead dating and elemental mapping to measure trace amounts of uranium and lead inside the calcite of fossilized dinosaur eggshells found in the United States and Mongolia. So if you have eggshell from a fossil site, you can determine the age of it, potentially. Really, really exciting. So before we get into this, I want to give you a little bit of background information first. Everybody's heard of carbon dating. You can't do carbon dating, carbon-14, on fossils from the Mesozoic era. Carbon has a very short half-life. I know everybody here on Twitch is going to be familiar with that term. From the video game, Half-Life, with Morgan Freeman. Half-Life 2, there we go. That game takes its name from the half-life of radioactive isotopes. So the half-life is when half of the quantity of the parent isotope is degraded into the daughter isotope. So you can think of it almost like an hourglass. I think I have one here. Yeah. Exactly for discussions such as this one. So when we have an hourglass like this, turn it over. And if you know how long it takes for all of the sand to go from the upper chamber into the lower chamber, well then you can measure time that way. So say you turn over an hourglass, you walk away, you come back and half of it is gone, and you know it takes half an hour for all of it to go through, you know 15 minutes has passed. That's kind of like how radioactive isotopes work. The radioactive ones will decay over time, and so you can measure the parent isotope and the daughter isotope. You look at their proportion, and you can tell how much time has passed. That's how that works, you know? So here's a video about this with uranium-lead dating. So carbon-14 has a very short half-life. It's all gone, or it's like, it's not useful anymore by the time you're getting to 66 million years ago, which is the very end of the age of dinosaurs. So the point is, you can't use carbon-14 for the rocks that dinosaur fossils are found in. You can use uranium-lead. And thank you, Wildfire's Works, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Here we go. Check this out.
Uranium is the heaviest element in the solar system. It's so heavy that it is unstable. And with time, it will fall apart. It will decay into smaller, more stable elements, notably lead and helium. And this...
So uranium, it's radioactive. That radioactivity is the decay of that element. So it's giving off radiation. It's essentially like decomposing. I'm not a physicist, I'm not a chemist, so my apologies if we have any physicists or chemists watching right now, and this is outside of my realm of expertise, which is why we're watching a video on this. But that's my way of explaining this in a really simplified manner. Yeah. And Wildfires Works says, a friend told me you exist, and as a burgeoning paleo artist, this is my alley. Welcome, Wildfires Works. Wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. Thanks for joining us.
Process of decay happens at known rates, forming the basis of 2 geological clocks.
Yep.
We can measure the ratio of lead to uranium and of helium to uranium with an instrument called a mass spectrometer, and we've got 3 of those installed here at the London Geochronology Centre.
Great, nice.
Now the lead to uranium ratio tells us when the uranium-bearing mineral and the rock in which it is contained crystallized. The helium clock tells us something very different about a rock, because helium is a gas. It's the second smallest element on the periodic table, which was incidentally discovered here at UCL by William Ramsay more than a century ago. Now helium is a gas, and at high temperatures it's not happy sitting in the crystal lattice of a uranium-bearing mineral, so it will escape. It's only when the rock cools below a so-called closure temperature that the helium gets locked in and that the clock starts ticking. Now,
anyway, so the point is uranium lead dating, really, really useful. And we couldn't use this on dinosaur fossils directly before. We would have to either find detrital zircons, which sometimes you can do, or more often find like an ash layer. So you have to like find a specific layer when a volcano erupted and then find samples of that ash and find those radioactive isotopes in that sample. And so it would mean that like that tells you how it tells you when that ash layer was laid down. But if that's several meters above your fossils that you're looking at in the rock layers, well, that's significantly later. That could be tens of thousands of years later, it could be millions of years later. So being able to directly date the eggshells is huge. Here's a link to that video right there. Well, take a look at the article here. So many fossil sites around the world are only coarsely dated. We don't have really precise dates on them. Without precise information on the geological age of fossils, paleontologists struggle to understand how different species and ecosystems relate across time and space. Usually they rely on dating methods such as zircon or apatite found associated with fossils, but those minerals aren't always present. Attempts to date the fossils themselves, such as bones or teeth, have often produced uncertain results. Stellenbosch University's Dr. Ryan Tucker and colleagues took a different approach. They used advanced uranium lead dating, so U-PB, that's uranium lead. PB is the periodic table symbol for lead. They used advanced uranium lead dating and elemental mapping to measure trace amounts of uranium and lead housed in the calcite of fossilized dinosaur eggshells. These isotopes function like a natural clock, enabling scientists to determine when the eggs were buried. Tests on dinosaur eggs from Utah in the United States and the Gobi Desert in Mongolia show that these eggshells record ages with an accuracy of about 5% relative to precise volcanic ash dates. So really, really close to the ash dates. That's super exciting. In Mongolia, the researchers determined the first ever direct age, around 75 million years old, for a historic locality preserving dinosaur eggs and nests. I wonder if this is the Flaming Cliffs. Eggshell calcite is remarkably versatile, Dr. Tucker said. It gives us a new way to date fossil sites where volcanic layers are missing, a challenge that has limited paleontology for decades. By showing that dinosaur eggshells can reliably record the passage of geological time, the study links biology and earth science in a new way, offering researchers a powerful tool to date fossil sites around the globe. Direct dating of fossils is a paleontologist's dream, said Dr. Lindsay Zano, paleontologist at North Carolina State University and the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences. Armed with this new technique, we can unravel mysteries about dinosaur evolution that used to be insurmountable. The team's work was published in the journal Communications, Earth, and Environment, which should be open access. There we go. Lovely.
Access granted.
There's the paper right here. Really exciting stuff. Really exciting stuff. This is phenomenal. I'm so excited about this because there's so many different dinosaur assemblages that are poorly dated. We don't know exactly how old they are. And that really kind of throws a wrench into the mix when we're trying to study how these animals evolve over time. Like, is this one older than this one? Like, it certainly looks more derived, but is it actually, you know, all kinds of stuff like that. This can help answer those questions. So really, really exciting. Good stuff. A lot of this is going to sail over my head because there's a lot of geochem in here. Geochemistry. I don't know anything about that. I'm not a geochemist. But some of you, I think, will be fascinated to read this. So there is a link to the paper right there. It's open access, no paywall. You can download it and read it at your leisure. Really exciting stuff. Yeah. And hope they can work with some pre-existing fossils? Yes, Pate B. It's funny because, like, there were whispers of this all over SVP when I was there. It's like, oh man, we've got some eggshells. We need to send them to that lab. Like, we can finally get a date on our fossils. People are saying this left and right. Just really exciting. So we were jazzed about this, you know? Oh man. Super cool. Super cool. I've noticed we had some questions earlier. I didn't want to go off on a tangent, but somebody was asking about... Oh, Luke Herman's Gaming. Yeah, this is not Compsognathus here. It's a different kind of dinosaur called an Alvarezsaur. And that's a dinosaur that, you can almost say it's one of mine. Triararchuncus is a Hell Creek Alvarezsaur, the last of the Alvarezsaurs. So these are very cool, probably insect-eating dinosaurs. With really short, stumpy arms, but really powerful. One big claw on each hand. We think they use these for what we call hook and pole digging. So like for opening up rotting logs, or maybe mammal burrows, or something like that, but using those short, powerful arms to hook and pull, dig into substrates, and get to the tasty critters inside. That's what we think they're doing. Here's another depiction. There's Mononychus right there, which I think is probably sister taxon to Triararchuncus. But, yeah, good stuff. Really cool critter. Yeah. A neat animal, Triararchuncus. I'll show you the paper here in a minute. Here it is. Took me forever to get a formatted copy of this, despite being an author on the paper. There's me right there. Good stuff. Anywho, with this critter, I sculpted this digitally in a program called Sculptress, and then I 3D printed the model here. So, I'm really proud of this. This is the first dinosaur published with my name on the author list, so I'm very fond of it, very proud of it. Good stuff. Loved watching you go from ball to dinosaur. Yeah, I think I sculpted this on screen, didn't I? You start off with a sphere, like a ball, and then slowly morph it and shape it and sculpt it. There we go. This is back before I moved.
We've watched this before. Let's watch it again.
Old office. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So let's go ahead and sculpt an Alvarezsaur, shall we? First off, I might want to actually have like a reference image here. There we go. Let's grab that. Yeah, starting off with a sphere and then, whoop, Slowly mold it and shape it over time. There we go. So it's... We'll do this again sometime soon. Do some more sculpting.
Thanks for keeping me here online, Haraz. Yeah. Here.
Getting closer.
There we go.
So I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Southie, tier 3 sub right there. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your ongoing support. 39 months now. Appreciate you, Southie. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Aurora Studio says, I'd love to find out more about crocodilomorphs. Do you have any sources to broaden my knowledge of them? Yeah. Any books on crocs? Maybe not, but yeah. Honestly, excellent place to start. Wikipedia. Oh, that's a 0. Crocodilomorpha. There we go. The wonderful thing about Wikipedia is the references. You can get into the original scientific literature here, follow all kinds of rabbit holes in really interesting directions, and basically familiarize yourself with everything that has been written on a given subject that's worth reading. So, there you go. That should occupy you for a while, I think. Aurora Studios. But yeah, fossil crocs are incredibly cool. And they managed to, well, they, at least for croc-y type things, they predate the dinosaurs, and then they coexist with the dinosaurs for the entire Mesozoic era, and then they survive the KPG extinction event until the present. So it's just incredibly cool. But yeah. And Luke Herman's Gaming says, I love these surf music covers on your streams. It's a more specific name for the genre, perhaps? Surf rock. Yeah, surf rock. We've got like a playlist command, but thank you, Claire. Beautiful. Yeah. And Chimera Sukis is a good YouTube channel for crocodilomorphs. Interesting, Murph. Okay. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, with all of that said, Thanksgiving is this week. Thursday, in fact. And here in the United States, Thanksgiving is a major holiday. And it centers around this creature. Meleagris gallopavo. There we go. The turkey. Thanksgiving is often called Turkey Day. As paleontologists, some of us, like to refer to Thanksgiving as Theropod Dissection Day. Like all birds, the turkey is a dinosaur. And this is the one day of the year that, like, dinosaur anatomy is the subject of millions upon millions of conversations across the United States. Everybody's talking about the fine details of theropod internal anatomy. This is something that...
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
Dr. Irrefutable, thank you so much for the 31 months of support, at tier 2 no less. Holy cow, are there even that many months? Believe it. Yeah, thank you for your ongoing support, Dr. Irrefutable. I really appreciate that. Yeah. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I get excited about Thanksgiving not to eat the turkey. I'm not really a meat guy. I don't eat meat. But I get excited that people are talking about turkeys. They're talking about dinosaur anatomy. I put together an infographic that I'd love to share with everyone. It's there in that command. Feel free to download this, share it with your friends and family, bring it to Thanksgiving dinner if you have a Thanksgiving dinner. Or if you're in another country where you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, you know, lots of cultures eat birds. So whether it's Thanksgiving turkey or a Christmas goose or a Boxing Day budgie or an Anzac Day ostrich, whatever kinds of birds you eat for whatever reason, this should be a helpful infographic for you. There's the skeleton of a turkey and the skeleton of a velociraptor. I bet you can't tell them apart. But the point is, there is a tremendous number of different features in the skeleton of a bird that make birds unique among all animals today. No other animals alive on our planet have some of these features. That S-shaped neck, the hinge-like ankle joint, the half-moon shaped bone, the carpals in the wrist there, the wishbone. These are all features that are unique to birds. Birds are the only creatures that have those. Today, anyway. During the Mesozoic era, dinosaurs had every single one of those features. Theropod dinosaurs, like our velociraptor here. In fact, these are not bird features. These are dinosaur features that birds inherited from their dinosaur ancestors. I wanted to make that clear with this infographic here. And yeah, I made it in black and white so it's easy to print. Wouldn't be too expensive, like full color. Feel free to print it, bring it to your Thanksgiving dinner or your Boxing Day budgie feast. You can amaze the people around you with your knowledge of theropod anatomy. Show them that the creature that you're dissecting is in fact a dinosaur, you know? A lot of fun. So, we'll be talking more about this over the next few days as Thanksgiving Day approaches. But right now, take a look at this new video that I found recently about the evolution of flight among dinosaurs. This is cool stuff. This is Hank Green's brother, right?
Hey, smart people, Joe here.
Yeah.
And
Joe.
This is a chicken. This humble bird and some of her friends are going to help us solve one of evolution's greatest mysteries: how fluffy feathered dinosaurs became today's masters of the sky. At least, that's what we hope is going to happen. Okay? Today, we're going to use chickens to remake a genius and rather hilarious experiment that helped unlock the answer to how the first feathered dinosaurs started to fly. Why chickens? Because today's birds are the only surviving lineage of the dinosaurs, the incredible creatures that dominated our planet for tens of millions of years. More than a century of fossil discoveries have shown us that, like today's birds, many extinct dinosaurs had feathers. But when and how did feather-covered arms become fully functional wings capable of flight? This is a puzzle that's captivated and confused scientists for more than a century. In fact, that question was one of the first great challenges Charles Darwin himself faced after publishing his theory of natural selection. The evolutionary transition from feathers to flight is one of the most important and amazing mysteries in evolution. And these chickens, well, hopefully they're gonna help us solve it today, aren't you?
So this is gonna be where? Wing-assisted incline running. Some of you are already familiar with this.
Bird flight is without a doubt one of the most incredible feats of any animal on Earth. Flight has created blazingly fast and agile hunters. Others can fly standing perfectly still. Some can soar as high as jet airliners over the Himalayas or glide over the sea for months without landing. And the secret to flight are these feather-covered arms we call wings. Inside a bird's wing are the same bones you have in your arm, with fused fingers near the tip. Extending from the back of that hand and arm are the flight feathers. The incredibly
hang on.
light but stiff
I
nature.
don't want to glaze over that point. That's really important. Why is that? I wonder. That the same bones in a bird's arm, the same bones in our arm. Why is that? Anybody tell me? Our arms are not wings. Why do we have the same bones as an animal with a wing? Like a bird, or a bat for that matter. You go Charlie's Dragon. Bird stole our arms? I mean, yeah. Bones evolved before our lineages split. That's a perfect way to put it, Cacklinsworth. Well said. Yeah. The reason why we've got those same bones is, well, shared among all tetrapods. So, you can look at... This is not what I was looking for, but I searched bird and human arm, you know, looking for figures like this, you know? We're also getting these. Oh, boy. Biblically accurate ibis. There you go, Rhacodactylus, yeah. I seem to recall this was an old, something awful, Photoshop Friday, right? Yeah, there we go. Good stuff. Anyway, the point is, distractions aside, whether you're a bird, a person, an opossum, a sauropod, an echidna, you've got those same bones, and it's because we all inherited those from our common ancestor. So mammals, amphibians, reptiles, including birds, we all inherited that common arrangement of humerus, radius, ulna, carpals, metacarpals, phalanges. That's something we all got as an evolutionary hand-me-down from our common ancestor. That's why we've all got those same bones. You know, despite being very different creatures, a human, a bat, a whale, and a cat, all four of those are mammals. And we all shared a common ancestor probably about 80 million years ago, back during the Cretaceous. So over the course of those 80 million years, those lineages split, and these different, like that same underlying architecture evolved in different directions for different purposes, different applications. But it's the same underlying architecture there. It's that same structure that evolved. Our ancestor had it, and then it's an evolutionary hand-me-down that we've all received. But kind of squished it and morphed it in different shapes, but it's still the same underlying stuff. Do we know what that ancestor looked like, said, based on air? We've got a pretty good sense it would have looked something like, I don't know if it's this critter in particular, but something that would look vaguely like this. kind of a shrewy type critter. So this would be one of the first placental mammals. Would probably be something not too different from like Zalamdalestes. Here's a piece by our very own Paleostream, Joshua Knupe, who streams here on Twitch. That's his art right there. So yeah, it would have been a little shrew-like thing that lived during the age of dinosaurs and yeah, would have lived in fear of its saurian overlords. So yeah, it's a furry little mammal. Exactly, Ice Allen, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Pseudo shrew is your great X20 grandma. There you go, Alexander Morrison, yeah. Zalamdalestes might be a multi-tuberculate, actually, so it might not be... It's not going to be this critter in particular, I don't... No, it's a eutherian mammal, okay. Bam! Well, there you go. Okay, cool. I picked well here. Zalamdalestes, not too far off. Nice. So yeah, your great 20 million times great grandfather would have looked something like this. It's a little shrewy guy. Or gal. Or whatever. Yeah. Anyway, so that's why we have the same bones in our arms as birds, is you go back even further. So... Here, go to our tree of life. And let's do... bats. Why is it being so slow? Chiroptera. Bats, there we go. Let's do bats and humans. So in order to get to our common ancestor, slow. It's going to be back in the Cretaceous. So about 85 million years ago, give or take, is when our lineage split with that of bats. But to go to birds, our common ancestor with birds would be way back in like the Carboniferous period. Probably about 340 million years ago, give or take. It's real slow. My apologies. Come on now. It's taking forever. Birds. Oh well, take my word for it. It's like 300 plus million years ago is our split with birds. But we still got the same bones because our common ancestor with birds would have looked something like this. This is not a lizard. Not a lizard. Not a lizard. This evolved way before the first lizards. So think of this as like a proto-mammal slash reptile thing. So this is one of the first like vertebrate animals to come onto land. I think Hylonomus might actually be on the reptile side. Yeah, possibly stem group amniote. So it might even be before the split, I guess, between reptiles and mammals. Anyway, not a lizard. It is a basal amniote. Exactly, Alexander Morrison. So but that critter, this is where we get this arrangement of bones in our arms and legs. And the rest of our skeleton, too, for that matter. Like Neil Shubin says in Your Inner Fish, one bone, two bones, little bones, fingers. That started way back with critters like Hylonomus. That's why we and birds both have that same arrangement. Despite being very different creatures, we've both inherited that from our ancestor there, from something like Hylonomus. Does that make sense? So yeah.
Some can soar as high as jet airliners over the Himalayas or glide over the sea for months without landing. And the secret to flight are these feather-covered arms we call wings. Inside a bird's wing are the same bones you have in your arm, with fused fingers near the tip. Extending from the back of that hand and arm are the flight feathers. The incredibly light but stiff nature of these lets them not only provide thrust through the air, they also turn the shape of the arm into an airfoil capable of creating lift. Now, the arms and flight feathers we find in different birds today are specialized and adapted to the different ways that birds fly, from soaring to hovering to aerobatics. But all of the incredible and varied forms that flight takes today can trace their origin to some ancient bird ancestor, the moment a feathered dinosaur first used its wings to fly.
Yep. We have this critter on our wall right here, Archaeopteryx. We'll be talking about Archaeopteryx so much over the next few days. So, if it's your first time meeting this critter, then I'm thrilled to introduce you, but holy cow, is it important.
Until 1861, the only animals with feathers we knew of were birds. But that year, a single isolated fossil feather was found in Germany. Its discoverer, Hermann von Meyer, noted it was indistinguishable from a bird's feather. Later that year, a near-complete skeleton of that feathered animal was found and given the name Archaeopteryx.
So that's the London specimen of Archaeopteryx, a fossil that changed the world. This one right here. We'll be talking a lot more about this over the next few days. This is only a few years after Darwin published On the Origin of Species. And it vindicated him, essentially. Holy cow, here's a transition between two major groups of organisms, between reptiles and birds. In fact, that makes birds a kind of reptile. Here it is in London. I took these pictures when I was there last week. Just seeing this fossil in person, truly special. Truly special.
The rocks in which Archaeopteryx was found date to the Jurassic, around 150 million years ago. Yet this mysterious creature possessed features of both dinosaurs and modern birds. Just 2 years before Archaeopteryx's discovery, a British naturalist named Charles Darwin had published a revolutionary new theory about how species change over time. Darwin's theory states that evolution's creativity plays out in tiny doses of change, with natural selection as the great filter deciding which changes let an organism survive and reproduce better in its environment. Now, one of the predictions of Darwin's theory is that between some ancestral trait and its modern form, we'd expect to find an intermediate form, what some people call a transitional fossil. Archaeopteryx appeared to be exactly the transitional fossil that Darwin's.
And I think they'll talk about that, Charlie's Dragon. I think they'll talk about Gerhard Heilmann in a little bit. But yeah, there was a major stumbling block to our understanding of the origin of birds, and it came from a German paleoartist.
Theory predicted. And as early as 1868, Thomas Huxley, one of Darwin's most vocal supporters, was the first to claim dinosaurs like Archaeopteryx were ancestors of modern birds. But not everyone was convinced. In 1871, one English biologist reportedly challenged Darwin with a simple question. What good is half a wing? In other words, it's easy to understand why a normal arm with claws for grasping would be good for ancestral dinosaurs, and how later fully feathered bird-like wings would be an evolutionary advantage for flying dinosaurs.
Sure, but
aka
your halfway
birds.
point, though.
But complex structures like wings don't just pop into existence fully formed. In between, we'd have some not quite bird dino with a feathered limb that's not exactly an arm, but less than a wing. What possible evolutionary advantage could that provide?
And people still use this argument to this day, even though it's really been answered pretty convincingly. But it's a legitimate question, I guess. People get real smug about it, though. And I don't know. It's one of those questions where people would ask it and they kind of assume that there's no answer and can be no answer. So it's not really a question that was asked in good faith most of the time. So we'll get to that.
You can't fly with a fraction of a wing, so how can natural selection explain those in-between forms? Well, Darwin himself came up with the solution. What if that half a wing is an advantage for something other than flying? This is precisely the question I'm hoping to answer with the chicken experiment I'm going to do later.
So it's a question being asked as a thought-terminating cliche, basically, Hiberius, yeah. At least when creationists use it, certainly. Yeah.
We're doing some science here. Even though the first fossil evidence of Jurassic-era feathers was found more than 150 years ago, the link between birds and dinosaurs was largely ignored for a century. That's because early on, most known dinosaurs were gigantic sauropods and carnivores. These supposedly slow, cold-blooded, clumsy branches of the dinosaur family tree couldn't have led to birds. Other than Archaeopteryx, small bird-like dinosaur fossils were still hidden in the rocks.
And this is not entirely true. Like, we did have a lot of small bird-like dinosaurs that were known about. Heck, Compsognathus was discovered way back in the, 1870s, 1880s, something like that. Yeah, we also had dinosaurs like Ornitholestes, Velociraptor, Oviraptor. And so you go back through the literature in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and there's all of these sporadic revelations like, oh, this dinosaur is awfully bird-like. Henry Fairfield Osborn, when he was naming Velociraptor and Oviraptor and Sauronithoides all in the same paper, he's like, yeah, these are very bird-like animals. That might have even been like in the title of the paper. But yeah, you had all these people independently making these observations, like, yeah, these things look awful avian. They're very birdy. But nobody really put two and two together until John Ostrom. And I hope they talk about Ostrom here in the video.
And in the 1920s, influential scientists declared that since no one had found fossil wishbones, one of the key skeletal characteristics of birds, dinosaurs couldn't be their ancestors. But decades later, researchers realized that many fossils they already had were, in fact, dinosaur wishbones, mislabeled as other bones. Beginning in the 1960s, the link between birds and dinosaurs was revived. Paleontologist John Ostrom discovered Deinonychus.
The evil Rulon shackled the Deinonychus.
Brainbox on attack!
A fast-moving, warm-blooded dinosaur with bird-like feet that Steven Spielberg renamed Velociraptor in Jurassic Park.
He didn't rename it, and it wasn't Steven Spielberg who did that. It was Michael Crichton, actually. But and before that, it was Gregory Paul. But anyway, long story. We'll get into that probably tomorrow or the day after.
Even though there's already a different dinosaur named Velociraptor.
Clever girl.
Anyway, Ostrom later described many more bird-like traits in other fossil species. His work proved once and for all that modern birds are a living subgroup of theropod dinosaurs that survived the giant space rock mass extinction and diversified into the forms we see today, even chickens.
Yep, so chickens are a kind of dinosaur, as all birds are.
But we still have to solve Darwin's dilemma. What mechanism could explain how a perfectly good arm evolved into a feathered flying wing? What was half a wing actually useful for? Well, new fossil discoveries began to fill in the blanks. In the 1990s, Sinosauropteryx was unearthed in China. It was the first non-avian dinosaur found to have feathers. The color pattern of those feathers was even preserved, showing stripes on its tail.
The really cool thing is, we'll probably talk about this later this week too, but John Ostrom, who had hypothesized that dinosaurs had feathers, he got to see this before he died. And this was actually at SVP, it was at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in 1996, I think. It was in New York City at the time. And there was a researcher from China who brought high-res photographs of this fossil and showed it to John Ostrom, and he had tears in his eyes. Because he was right. Here's a feathered dinosaur. It's a beautiful story.
But Sinosauropteryx's feathers were primitive, more like short filaments or bristles. Since feathers had now been found in 2 different branches of the dinosaur family tree, it's a good hint that they
Captain A. Half, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Evolved in some ancestor of both branches. In other words, feathers showed up long before flight. And other feathered fossils were found, with more complex feathers, like those of modern birds, arranged on wing-like arms. But mathematical analyses showed that the shape and size of these feathered arms couldn't create lift. But since these species were also in branches outside of birds, it was more evidence that a bird-like wing structure first arose in dinosaurs that weren't flying. So what was the purpose of these non-flying half wings? Feathers located far away from the body, the tips of early wings or tails, could have been used for communication or attracting mates. Think of birds with mohawks, or those guys at the airport waving planes in. There are plenty of examples today of bird feather structures and patterns that evolved thanks to sexual selection and communication. Also, right around when feathered wings first appear in the fossil record, there's evidence many dinosaurs began to sit on their eggs rather than bury them. Feathered arms would be helpful in covering or keeping eggs warm. It's also likely that theropod dinosaurs, the group of dinosaurs that contains birds and their ancestors as well as others, they were warm-blooded. And small warm-blooded animals have to have insulation to hold in their heat, or else it's too energetically costly to be warm-blooded. Feathers could help with that too. These were all examples of how half a wing could be useful in the evolutionary journey toward birds. But none of these put wings on a pathway toward flight. What if these feathered proto-wing structures first evolved for communication and thermal regulation, but then just happened to also have some small benefit in helping bird-like dinosaurs move? Well, it wasn't until the 21st century that researchers began to finish this story. Now,
So this is Ken Dial's work on wing-assisted incline running, right? Do they feature Ken in this, I wonder?
One campus scientists noticed that the theropod dinosaurs birds are closely related to, they look like they run on the ground. So maybe flight began as a series of running jumps with longer and longer hang time as wings and feathers grew more complex.
Yeah, so this is called the ground-up theory, because you're going from the ground up.
It's called the ground-up theory of flight.
There you
Another
go.
group of scientists said, no, you'd never want to evolve flying going against gravity. It's way too hard. So the half-wing ancestors of birds must have been living in trees already. They were climbers, and they started gliding down. A trees-down theory of flight. Neither camp could assemble definitive evidence to prove their case. But then came a third model.
Wing-assisted incline running, or WAIR for short.
And that is what our chicken experiment set out to demonstrate. In the early 2000s, a biologist named Ken Dial noticed that young birds, before their full feathers come in, they basically have half a wing. They could be a living stand-in for those extinct transitional dinosaurs.
So does that make sense? This is ontogeny recapitulating phylogeny. To use that old phrase. Basically, the juvenile birds, baby birds, in some ways they kind of resemble early primitive fossil birds. You know, before they have fully developed feathers and everything else, it's like they're not done yet, you know? They need a little more time to cook, just like the earliest birds. We're grievously oversimplifying here, but I hope this is making sense at least. So the idea is you can use baby birds as a little window to kind of peek into early bird evolution. Does that make sense?
So what do young birds do with their half wings? I found a farm with some young chickens so we could put them to the test. The birds are going to make their way up a ramp placed at various inclines so that we can observe if their non-flying wings are able to help them move. Not exactly a calculus exam, but hey, they're chickens.
The enormity of their flat brain, the enormity of their stupidity is just overwhelming.
We're gonna see what this bird does.
I mean, domestic chickens aren't known for their intellectual prowess because we've mostly bred that out of them. But birds in general are very clever animals. Even chickens in the wild, like red jungle fowl, they can outsmart people sometimes. Yeah.
Ready? Yeah! For an easy incline, the birds just walk. Because why fly if you don't have to? That was easy mode. I think it's time to level up. Chicken did have to use its wings that time.
How are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Steeper, and we're gonna see what happens. Okay, go to your friend. Do some science.
There we go.
As
doing
the
some
incline
flapping.
Gets steeper. The bird is still mostly walking. Then it starts to engage its wings to help it get up. But is it creating lift? Or are those wings doing something else? Let's make it even steeper and then see what the chicken does. This is your gold medal moment. Ready? As the incline gets nearly vertical, the chicken has to flap hard to make the climb. But what's really cool is it's flapping its wings in a different way than birds do when they're flying.
It's kind of doing the opposite. It's not pushing down to generate lift. It's pushing up in order to press its body against the board. It's gaining more traction by doing this. Rather than trying to lift its body up, it's trying to push its body toward the substrate. Does that make sense? So, like, if you look at that closely, the upswing, that's where, like, the energy is here. It's going, oof, and really exerting itself like that, and then it has to bring its wings down again. But the upswing is what it's really putting oomph into, you know?
The chicken has to flap hard to make the climb. But what's really cool is it's flapping its wings in a different way than birds do when they're flying.
Yeah.
Don't tell the chickens, but they're not really great flyers. That's why they're such a great model for that transition from feathered wings to flight. Now, you might think that a bird would try to push itself up with its wings, but what shots like this
And hang on, Tatsu says, where did chickens come from? Anyone know their closest living relatives? It would be other galliform birds. There's a whole family called the galliforms family, a whole big clade. And I can show you on our tree of life. So the red jungle fowl, which is like the... What is up with one zoom? It's being so slow. Might have to skip this for now. But anyway, chickens are related to things like grouse and pheasants and other galliform birds like that. Yeah. But yeah, there's a whole group of birds that are related to chickens.
Experiments like this have shown scientists is that instead of flapping themselves up, they're pushing themselves toward what they're trying to climb. When a bird is in the air, it flaps its wings almost perpendicular to a line between the beak and tail in order to create lift. But up the incline, the young chicken's wing is instead flapping down and behind it, pushing its body toward the surface to increase climbing traction, not simply pushing its body up. What I've done here on the farm is basically a very silly and non-scientific replication of some very rigorous and very scientific research by Ken Dial. He found that young birds with immature wings will climb steep or or even vertical surfaces by using the force of their wings to increase traction. He called it wing-assisted incline running, or WARE. If you want to avoid predators on the ground, wing-assisted incline running is a great way to get yourself up to safety. And we still see many birds climb this way today. We know from fossil skeletons that transitional bird-like dinosaurs wouldn't have been able to flap their wings with the full range of motion that modern birds can.
So that's partly due to like the joints, and it's also partly due to not having like a big keeled sternum bone, the big breastbone that birds have, with these huge flight muscles attaching to it. The earliest birds didn't have that. Archaeopteryx didn't have that. So they wouldn't be able to do like the full-on vigorous flapping that modern birds are capable of. They were doing something different, something not quite as pronounced.
But they would have been able to move their wings the way young birds do when using WARE. Today, WARE is one of the most accepted theories for how those transitional half wings, those intermediate forms between fluffy dinosaur arms and fully developed flying wings on modern birds, could have provided their own evolutionary advantage along that journey from feathers to flight. Darwin's dilemma solved with a chicken. Later on, it was shown that baby birds will also flap to slow down a fall. So when it comes to the trees down versus ground up versus WARE camps, it's not all or nothing. More than one answer can be correct. This is still new science in just the last 10 to 15 years, which is basically brand new as paleontology is concerned. And a more definitive answer may lie in future fossil discoveries that continue to fill in the blanks. This whole process is known as exaptation.
Yep, so something that is exapted. Exaptation is kind of like, it's contrasted with adaptation. So adaptations are different things that you evolve for a certain reason. There's a selective pressure put on you and you evolve a new structure or you adapt in some way. But it's like there's kind of a novelty inherent in that. Whereas exaptation, when you exapt something, you're using a structure that already exists, something that you've already got, and you're just using it for a new reason, new purpose. It's got a new job. So adaptation is like new structure. Let's adapt. Let's do something new. Exaptation, using something that's pre-existing, and it's like, hey, let's use it for this. You know? A good example of this might be, let me think. And Brass Monkey URS, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. So let's see, in the context of birds, trying to think of a good exaptation. Something to do with feeding or it's more difficult than it should be. I'm trying to think of like different beak shapes and that kind of thing. Ape tails for climbing. Well, apes don't really have tails, Trooper, but yeah. But no, that's kind of an adaptation, like developing a prehensile tail like that. An exaptation. Oh, here's a good example. Grizzly bears. Grizzly bears did not evolve to catch fish. They have claws for defense, they have claws for digging. Like, these are things that bears do on the regular. This is something that, like, those are structures that they evolved for those purposes. Like, those are claws that they could use them to stamp down on fishes and hold them there. But only a few, like, small populations of bears even do this. Most grizzly bears never encounter a salmon in their entire lives. It's only those bears that live next to salmon runs and stuff like that who actually do this. This is a cultural thing. This is something that they have to teach the younger generation. It's not instinctual. It's like only certain groups of bears will do this. It's not super common. And them using their claws to catch fish, Claws didn't evolve for that purpose, but bears are clever. They can figure out how to use it for that. Likewise, they could, I don't know. I'm sure there have been bears that have figured out how to use their claws to escape from zoo enclosures and stuff like that. Claws didn't evolve for that purpose, but they're cleverly exapting it for new use. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, yeah,
When evolution takes blanks, this whole process is known as exaptation.
Yeah.
When evolution takes an existing structure and hijacks it for some new purpose.
Bingo.
When you think about it, it's a pretty logical way for change to occur in nature, because every organism has to be fully functional as it is in the moment it's alive on its own evolutionary journey.
I'm aware that claws they're a pretty versatile structure in general. It's difficult to come up with like an example of something that's been exapted. Yeah, I don't know. It's more difficult than you might
It has
imagine.
to be able to feed and move and get away from predators and reproduce, all of those things. So any organism that survives is already pretty darn advanced and specialized for its environment. Really, almost the only way for new structures and abilities to arise is for them to evolve from something that already exists.
Flight has evolved in different organisms on Earth many different times.
worries,
The
Dr.
way
Finley.
that
Yeah, it's
birds
all good.
took to the sky is one of the most fascinating stories in the history of life. Thankfully, we still got a few dinosaurs left over to help us solve that mystery. High five. High wing. Stay curious. Good chicken.
Want more dinosaurs? Head to the PBS app or pbs.org to watch Walking with Dinosaurs.
Yeah.
25 years ago, the original Walking with Dinosaurs took us on a journey into deep time.
Some of our friends are in this.
Going back again.
This is also the reason why I couldn't stream from Lower East Side for 2 years, is that there was a press embargo because of the BBC. Anyway. But the fossil site that's featured in the Gastonia episode, we were there in September. It was a ton of fun, and yeah, it was really neat.
The new Walking with Dinosaurs uses state-of-the-art visual effects and the latest research to reconstruct how these iconic creatures lived and died.
Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, here's a link to that video here with John Hansen. I wanted to call him John Green, but he's not actually Hank Green's brother. He just looks like him right now. Yeah, it's good stuff. Anywho, we'll be talking a lot more about the origin of birds, how we figured this out, how we figured out that birds evolved from dinosaurs, why that's apparent when you look at a bird skeleton today, whether it's a Thanksgiving turkey, like this coming Thursday here in the States, or any other kind of bird. We'll be talking all about this, so I'm excited. It's gonna be good. With that said, I'm gonna wrap things up a few minutes early today, because I've got some emails to check on, I've got some people to follow up with, and yeah. But we did almost the full 5 hours today, so we're going to wrap up today's stream, but don't go away just yet. See if we can raid into somebody else doing some science on Twitch right now. And here's Archaeopteryx to run our credits over. Who else is on Twitch right now? Come on, credits. Where are you? You can do it. They're working on the webpage. Why are they not working? Oh, goodness. Come on. Streamlabs and Stream Elements are both having
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Oh, goodness. I hope your attitude towards science is a little bit more friendly than that. Mossy Mania, thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. I guess our credits are not going to roll today. Here, end credit source. Refresh cache of current page. Will that do it? No, I don't know. There we go, finally. Yeah, okay. Who else is doing some science on Twitch right now, whom we might raid into? Have we got science streams, perhaps? Not seeing science streams. Well, let's go raid into Casey Snowart. Casey might still be doing Dinovember, so... yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. Appreciate everybody being named in our credits, from new followers and raiders to gifters and cheerers and subscribers to moderators. Thank you, mods, for keeping this train on its tracks and doing everything that you do to keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Appreciate you more than you know. We'll be doing more Theropods Giving stuff tomorrow, talking about the dinosaur bird link, and maybe talking about some fossil news as well, if more things pop up. But I hope you all have a lovely evening, morning, whatever time it is where you are. We're going to go see what Casey Snowart is up to. We'll catch you there, everybody. Till tomorrow, take care, and bye-bye.